So thank you, Jen, for getting us started, and like to welcome all of our attendees to the People's Kitchen Counter-Mobilization Food System Take Back event. My name is Jordan Treacle with the National Family Farm Coalition, and we're going to kick off a few minutes late here with a few technical notes before we welcome our facilitators to officially open the event. We are going to be having interpretation in English and Spanish today, and we very much appreciate the support and solidarity of our interpreters. You can find the link to access the Spanish or English interpretation at the bottom right or center part of your screen. You click on the globe and choose Spanish or English. We'll remind our speakers all to speak slowly to support our interpreters, and to mute any notifications on your phone or computer while speaking, and to keep yourself on mute when you're not speaking. For attendees, you'll notice that we will have a Q&A button at the bottom of the screen, and we encourage you to ask questions of our speakers during the event, and we'll do our best to answer live. We'll also be sending out resources after the event to try to answer all of your questions and to give you further information on all the topics that we will be covering today. And with that, I think that we're ready to get started, and we'll hand it over to Antonio to give what I've just said in Spanish for our Spanish listeners, and then turn it over to Tahia to welcome us to the People's Forum.
Buenos días, compañeras y compañeros. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Estamos muy contentos de estar aquí. Y para aquellos que necesitan interpretación del inglés al español, la mayoría del evento, la mayor parte del evento es en inglés. Entonces, por favor, si pueden ir en la parte baja de su pantalla, si están en una computadora, van a ver un círculo. Y en ese círculo van a apretar y cambiar a la opción en español. Y pueden tener traducción simultánea para español. Si están utilizando un teléfono, van a ver 3 puntos abajo de su teléfono. Aprieten esos 3 puntos y va a también salir la opción de interpretación para español. Para las preguntas y respuestas, también en la parte baja de su pantalla van a tener una pequeña pantalla, un símbolo que dice hacer preguntas. Pueden hacer preguntas en español y vamos a estar traduciendo en inglés. Pues vamos a pasar el micrófono para donde estamos transmitiendo para ustedes este evento.
Thank you so much, Antonio, and to Jordan. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the People's Forum. My name is Tahia, and I'm on the education team here. We're really grateful to both of you for being here, and for everyone online who is organizing this event from everywhere. The People's Forum is a popular and political education space in New York City for working class internationalist movement building. We are very excited to be back open to the public, and we encourage you to visit us and to see our YouTube for panels, book talks, lectures, sign up for our political education courses, that kind of thing. We're honored to have this coalition here in the space and online, La Via Campesina, the National Family Farm Coalition, and more. We're wholeheartedly in solidarity with the pursuits for land and food sovereignty and returning power to those who grow, harvest, transport, and make our food. So welcome. And with that, I will pass it over to Saul and Edie, who will take us away for the rest of the day.
Good morning, good day, and warm greetings to everyone who's joining us in this very important forum. I'm Nettie Weeb. I'm an organic farmer in Saskatchewan, Canada, the Prairie region, a member of the National Farmers Union here, and we are, of course, members of the Via Campesina internationally. I, along with Saul, will facilitate today's panels and discussions. Saul.
Adiós, bicheca, bizanaca. Adiós, bicheca, bizanaca. Ridedius kise girasi setu, runi bijinya tu yana jirari, rachiguinudija, unanga ni kayuba, gidubina kagijilayu, unanga ni kayuba lanu, nesinga nashkenda bi aninu, tiganda chugenda nazaka, danikashkichinu. Dios quise pelatu bichene bizanaca. Muy buenos días o muy buenas tardes, hermanas y hermanos, donde quieran que se encuentren. He enviado un saludo en mi lengua materna, en mi lengua zapoteca. Yo soy Saúl Vicente Vázquez, indígena zapoteca del sur de México, y soy miembro del Consejo Internacional de Tratados Indios. Y estamos el día de hoy, nuestra hermana Neti y yo, para facilitar esto. Quiero agradecer a todas las organizaciones que han hecho posible este proceso, este evento, este gran encuentro de la movilización de los pueblos para retomar nuestros sistemas alimentarios. Nuestro hermano Jordan, Antonio y todos los que han hecho posible esto. Muchísimas gracias, bienvenidas y bienvenidos. Neti, adelante.
We want to invite Rachel Sayat to offer a prayer. Saul, will you introduce Rachel, please?
Muchas gracias, Neti. Antes de iniciar nuestras reuniones, nuestros eventos, nuestros encuentros desde los pueblos indígenas y de las organizaciones y movimientos sociales de productores de alimentos, siempre decimos que hay que empezar con una ceremonia, con una invocación para pedir al Creador que nos siga bendiciendo, que nos cuide, que nos dé protección y capacidad para poder desarrollar nuestras tareas y nuestros trabajos. Por esa razón, en este encuentro también vamos a tener esta ceremonia y nuestra hermana Rachel Sayed va a hacer esta ceremonia, la cual le agradecemos y le pedimos que inicie con la ceremonia, y pedimos a todas y todos, por favor, que nos concentremos como si estuviéramos de manera presencial y hagamos una confluencia tratando de tocar las manos y los corazones y los pensamientos de todas y todos ustedes entre nosotros mientras nuestra hermana Rachel hace la ceremonia. Adelante, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Akwai, greetings. Natasuis Rachel Sayet, Moheganak. Natasuis Akidusu. Greetings, my name is Rachel and my Mohegan name is from Akidusu. I come to you from the Mohegan Nation, and we are actually descendants of the Lenape, who are the original inhabitants of New York City, or Mannahatta. And so I'm here to acknowledge all tribes past and present, and all people who've come through that region of Mannahatta. We acknowledge those that are no longer with us, and those tribes that are still thriving today, such as many Lenape tribes, many Shinnecock groups, and others, and tribes such as the Mohegan, who for a time also lived on Mannahatta. And I offer a prayer for this great conference today, for this take back. Tabatni Gunchi Mundu. Tabatni Aki. Tabatni Wami Skidambak. Thank you to the land. Give blessings to the land. Thank you to all my relations. Thank you to the Creator. Niayo. It is so. Tabatni.
Thank you, Rachel, for that reminder that we need to live in gratitude for land, that we are connected to the past and to the future and woven into the web of life. Thank you for making that clear to us. Let me just set the stage here for a moment as we enter this program, which is a rich program. We will hear from African perspectives. We will hear about land rights, food sovereignty in the Americas, and finally we have a panel on protecting the sacred indigenous food and sea sovereignty. We have assembled here a wonderful group of interveners and panelists, and this will be a rich few hours of discussion around food and food systems. I'll just contextualize this a bit. Today, the 23rd of September, at the United Nations, there is the Food Systems Summit is going on, and we are not there, we are here. And we are not there because from the very onset, this Food Systems Summit was designed to privilege a certain narrative and to change the multilateral governance of the United Nations, shifted from multilateralism to multi-stakeholderism. And if you want to know a little more about what that means for us, all of us who eat, who grow food, who live in communities, it means that the power shift is going on from our governance structures and those we hold accountable for food policy, shifting towards a much less transparent and much more corporate-driven narrative. From the outset, the Food Systems Summit came out of an agreement between the World Economic Forum, Davos, we usually say, which is the 1,000 most powerful corporations in the world, and the Secretary General of the United Nations. That's the backdrop. And our objections to that relationship and to that reframing of global food policy is that it is definitely not based on human rights, and it lacks accountability. And we've seen that in spades in the organization of this World Food Summit. We've seen that they've resisted any push from people's organizations and from the civil society mechanism and Indigenous peoples mechanism, requesting a conflict of interest and accountability framing. They resisted that. They don't want to talk about conflicts of interest between the corporate sector and governance. And they certainly have not worked on how accountability is framed in all of this. So in this Food Systems Summit that's going on as we speak here, you will hear a lot of language that sounds appropriate, positive language about nature, positive solutions to the food crisis we're on, inclusiveness, champions, all kinds of language which seems to address some of the issues that we are concerned about. But let's just be clear about what's driving that agenda, and that the outcomes of it will be predictable. For one, they have failed to take account of the context we're all living in right now, which is the COVID crisis. They've basically left that off of the schedule, because they are focusing yet again on how to ramp up food production, increase the technological and investment and corporate interventions in food systems, and how to control the narrative. It is not focused, let me just be clear, it is not focused on how to live better, how to deal with climate change in real ways, how to ensure that everyone has nutritious food, that we live in healthy communities, and that we take care of environment. That is not at the core of this investment corporate food systems agenda. So we are in danger here of having this food systems summit that they've organized going over into the future with and changing the possibilities that we as people have. And we are resisting that. That's what this counter-mobilization is. We are resisting it not on their terms, not on a conflictual, we are bigger and more powerful, and we are more, we can change nature more radically. That's not our agenda. You will see the panels today speaking from an altogether different perspective, from the perspective of living in community, of being there for each other, of solidarity, and of taking back food governance. I'll turn this over to Saul now.
Muchas gracias, querida Neti. Como ya lo ha comentado nuestra hermana Neti, desde el mecanismo de la sociedad civil y pueblos indígenas del Comité de Seguridad Alimentaria Mundial, preocupados por esta situación que nos explicaba nuestra hermana Neti en octubre del año pasado, de 2020, junto con otras organizaciones y movimientos sociales de los más afectados por el hambre, la malnutrición y la destrucción ecológica, lanzamos una convocatoria para llevar a cabo una contramovilización a la precumbre de estos sistemas alimentarios convocado por el secretario general de la ONU, que se iba a realizar en Roma. Y nosotros en esas fechas también decidimos hacer esta contramovilización entre las fechas 26 al 28 de julio de este año. En esa ocasión tuvimos la participación de más de 9,000 personas y logramos llegar a un amplio público, a miles de hermanas y hermanos y ciudadanos con nuestra visión para la transformación de los sistemas alimentarios industriales que se han impuesto en todo el planeta y han afectado a nuestros pueblos y en particular a los productores y productoras de alimentos de pequeña escala. Planteamos ahí nuestras reflexiones y concluimos que los sistemas alimentarios corporativos y su influencia en la toma de decisiones en materia de políticas alimentarias representa una amenaza a los derechos humanos y a los derechos de todos los productores de alimentos de pequeña escala y de los pueblos indígenas. Ellos se ven afectados sus derechos por la concentración de las tierras, la concentración de las semillas, los recursos, los bienes naturales y la privatización de los bienes comunes y de los bienes públicos. De esta manera, hemos hecho nuestros reclamos y expresamos nuestras preocupaciones. Sin embargo, como dijo nuestra hermana Neti, no ha sido escuchado estas preocupaciones, pero ha quedado en evidencia que sus verdaderas intenciones están ahora ahí expuestas y en las conclusiones que se emitieron desde la precumbre, hemos visto que estas declaraciones que ellos hicieron evidencian lo que desde el principio hemos denunciado, pero que ahora se profundizan nuestras preocupaciones. Por ejemplo, porque han ratificado el enfoque en las finanzas, en las tecnologías corporativas y la innovación como soluciones. En este sentido, nosotros pensamos que la cumbre está preparada para exacerbar todos estos problemas estructurales como los derechos de propiedad intelectual en las semillas y el conocimiento, el acaparamiento de datos y el acaparamiento de tierras, especialmente en el sur global, pero pensamos que esto se da en todos los territorios en donde están nuestras hermanas y hermanos productores de alimentos. También que no se pone énfasis en la base de los derechos humanos para la toma de decisiones. Y de esto hemos escuchado que personas que han estado desde dentro de la cumbre han expresado incluso estas mismas preocupaciones porque los están viviendo directamente. Ahora vemos que la descripción de los planes de seguimiento en el último documento que se emitió por parte del secretario general como una declaración general que expresaría hoy o en estos días es más preocupante, al igual que la declaración del director general de la FAO sobre cómo van a dar seguimiento a los resultados de la cumbre. Nosotros pensamos que el secretario general de la ONU no tiene el mandato de establecer mecanismos de seguimiento de esta cumbre. Son los Estados miembros los que deberían de tomar las decisiones en el sistema de Naciones Unidas. Sin embargo, los Estados miembros no solicitaron ni aceptaron poner en marcha nuevas estructuras y mecanismos en el sistema de Naciones Unidas. También hace unos meses, la vicesecretaria general de la ONU se comprometió a no crear nuevas estructuras. Sin embargo, el anuncio que se hizo de que las agencias con sede en Roma, es decir, la FAO, el Fondo Internacional para el Desarrollo Agrícola y el Programa Mundial de Alimento, van a dirigir conjuntamente un centro de coordinación que va a aprovechar sus capacidades para apoyar el seguimiento de la cumbre de sistemas alimentarios. Esto significa que van a golpear la gobernanza mundial de alimentación actualmente, como lo que constituye el Comité de Seguridad Alimentaria, que hasta ahorita, con la movilización lograda durante años atrás, logramos que fuera el espacio más inclusivo. Y también pone en amenaza al grupo de alto nivel de expertos de seguridad alimentaria. Y en vez de eso, quieren debilitar el sistema multilateral de Naciones Unidas, como lo dijo nuestra hermana Edie, por este sistema de múltiples partes interesadas en donde no hay responsabilidades diferenciadas. Por eso pensamos que es necesaria la transformación de los sistemas alimentarios o, como lo dice nuestro senador, retomar nuestros sistemas alimentarios en contra de los sistemas alimentarios corporativos para centrar la atención en los que hoy producen el 70% de los alimentos, es decir, los pequeños productores de alimentos, campesinos e indígenas con prácticas agroecológicas que mejoren los suelos, que produce alimentos saludables y nos hace resilientes al cambio climático. Estos son los elementos que están en juego ahora y por esa razón vamos a escuchar las voces desde nuestras regiones. Y para esto damos paso entonces al primer panel, que será la perspectivas africana sobre la cumbre de sistemas alimentarios, una conversación con la Alianza por la Soberanía Alimentaria en África y Slow Food International. Damos paso entonces al saludo desde la región de África. Adelante, hermanas y hermanos.
Greetings, welcome everyone. I'm just hesitating as I believe we're going to open with live music and a film. Yes, thank you. The saludo. Hello everyone. From Dileni Ika, the Food Sovereignty Network in Europe and Central Asia, we would like to send you our warmest greetings to our social movements comrades in North America, people from the grassroots levels and the allied civil society. We join our hands to yours, working towards a food and agricultural system which is based on human rights, solidarity among people, and respect to the nature. There are many similarities between our both regions. Also here, migrant and seasonal workers working in the agriculture and food sector, as well as peasants and other small-scale food producers, have been struggling with the severe and ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, this pandemic has reinforced and exposed the failure of the corporate food system to address hunger, inequality, and the ecological and climate crisis. The right to adequate food is a human right, and this right needs to be respected and fully implemented in national laws. This is an obligation of all member states. We also reaffirm our commitment to food sovereignty and reject the ongoing corporate capture of food systems and food governance under the facade of the United Nations Food System Summit. Many of the corporations, capitalist philanthropists, and member states promoting this illegitimate summit come from our both regions. Therefore, from our side, we can affirm that we will remain resisting the attempts of corporations to control data, agricultural land, water, seeds, and other resources, and ultimately using the food system for private profit and global domination. Peasants, fishers, pastoralists, and indigenous peoples' knowledge, agricultural diversity, the land, and the oceans are together in the heart of our food system, and we will remain resisting to preserve them. Since 1996, social movements and civil society have been building a global movement and community-based processes of governance around the vision of food sovereignty. From and in Europe and Central Asia, we celebrate now this 25 years of food sovereignty, reaffirming our commitment towards transformations of the food system based on rights, on people's needs, and resisting the current and future threats in the global institutional arena.
We're all citizens, consumers, and eaters, and we want food justice. This means access to healthy, fresh, agroecologically grown, local food from producers we know and that we trust, and not the highly processed foods that poison our bodies and that are full of chemical substances and controlled from seed to plate by corporations. In Europe and Central Asia, we're fighting to save small-scale family farms, agricultural land near cities, and small-scale fisheries, as well as local markets that ensure we protect this access for people, including through the current policy strategies of the EU called Farm to Fork and Green Deal policies. These struggles are similar to those around the world, including in North America. Sustainable local food systems exist all around the world. They have proved during the COVID-19 pandemic how resilient they can be. We do not need more global trade based on food as a commodity. What we need is to strengthen our legislative framework in Europe and Central Asia and elsewhere so that local government and states protect our existing territorial food systems, including through social solidarity structures such as small-scale cooperatives. We do not need new scientific bodies either. The high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food Security and Nutrition has been working for years on producing balanced scientific reports and needs ongoing support. And most of all, food and nutrition are basic human rights, and access to healthy food must be considered as such, be it for vulnerable populations, including migrants, children, the elderly, as well as for all people, independent of corporate control of our food systems. These are aspects where we stand together with our food sovereignty colleagues all around the world to demand the respect of the right to nutritious, sustainable, local agroecological food systems developed by the people for the people, and the implementation of justice and human rights for all. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone to the People's Kitchen Counter-Mobilization Food System Take Back, and our conversation today with two prominent African leaders in the fight for food sovereignty in Africa, and Maina and Edie Mukiibi. I'm Heather Day with Community Alliance for Global Justice, based in Seattle on Coast Salish land. A decade ago, when we found out that, or over a decade, when we found out that the Gates Foundation was pushing a so-called new green revolution in Africa, we formed the Agra Watch campaign to act in solidarity with the African food sovereignty movement and to contest Agra, the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. And we work closely and are very honored to be friends of AFSA, member of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. And I'm very excited that we're about to launch our first film of a 5-film series together with AFSA called Rich Appetites: How Big Philanthropy is Shaping the Future of Food. I'm grateful to everyone who's joined us today. I'm grateful to be part of global movements who've stood up together to contest the UN Food Systems Summit, and to stand up together to say no, and to delegitimize this summit, who has sidelined the very people who are most impacted by a broken food system. First off, I thank you, Anne and Edie, for being here with us. And I just want to ask if you could both please just introduce yourselves and your organizations and tell us a little bit about your work. Anne?
Yes, thank you, Heather. My name is Anne Maina. I'm the National Coordinator of the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya. And we are members of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, which is a network that brings together over 200 million farmers in Africa and networks working on agriculture issues and food sovereignty in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Hi, everyone. I'm Edie Mukiibi. I come from Uganda. I'm the Vice President of Slow Food International, and I also head the Ugandan office, Slow Food Uganda. I'm happy to be here. I work mostly with grassroots communities, farming communities, pastoralists, fisher folks, and all people who are working at in the food system, right from the grassroots level up to the national and international level. So my work is mostly around food communities. Thank you.
The Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, or AFSA, recently held a press conference demanding that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and other major donors stop funding AGRA, the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, which has been operating since 2006. Anne, could you just give us some background on why AGRA is so problematic and tell us about recent developments to defund AGRA and that campaign that we're undertaking?
Thank you, Heather. AGRA was established in 2006 with funding majorly from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We had some of the governments, the German government and philanthropy putting in money to establish it, all with the aim of bringing in a new green revolution in Africa. As you have read of or know, the green revolution failed in Asia, in India, but still there was this big push to bring a green revolution in Africa, mostly pushed by multinationals, which were keen on accessing Africa, seeing it as a big market for fertilizer, toxic pesticides, and even seed. But one of the main issues, or the issues that we have regarding AGRA's push in Africa, is the fact that they have used a method where they change policy and political thinking around agriculture. For many decades, in Africa, smallholder farmers have fed over 2/3 of the population. They have been seed breeders. But now with the green revolution coming in and bringing in a network of agro dealers and what they so-called access to credit, which is not really cheap even in the long run, we've seen a major change in changing political processes. And you find countries in Africa, of the 13 countries in Africa, at one point there were 14, changes in even policies because of influence coming from Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. Industry is also involved in this. You have Yara and other multinationals in there interested in accessing the market and changing the systems. And so you find also, for example, the seed laws. Maybe give an example of Kenya. We have a change in our seed laws that happened in the last, in about 10 years. And our laws were mostly conforming to the international UPOV 1978 laws, which recognize the role of smallholder farmers, farmer-managed seed systems, the fact that farmers were recognized as breeders and people that were able to breed seed and use it for the next season, and has fed us for many years. Unfortunately, with the coming of AGRA and the change in some of the policies because of the money they came in with, you find people now, you find now countries are coming up with what they call the fertilizer support program, which governments are using so much money to purchase synthetic fertilizers as opposed to supporting agroecology. And this becomes a major challenge in terms of food production because it is not sustainable in the long run in terms of money, in terms of sustainability, in terms of production. And we working with under the AFSA movement, we have been promoting agroecology. Another way you see that AGRA has moved in, for example, is coming in and bringing issues of the calling cheap credit. But what is cheap credit? When we did our research in Kenya in 2019, 2020, we found out that farmers were told that you can access cheap credit to support agriculture, but the credit is in form of seed. So the farmer goes to the agrovet or the agro dealer and is given seed, and the seed is costed. The farmer has no choice, and there's major focus on maize. The farmer has no choice on the seed they get, and they're given a fertilizer program, a spraying program, and they have to go and get, and they're told once you sell your maize, you can come back and pay the loan. The major challenge was that because of climate change, the climate crisis, the crop kept on failing. And this focus on maize. Maize is a staple in most of sub-Saharan Africa, but it's not even indigenous to Africa. It came from Mexico. And the fact that the farmers were even told, do not even intercrop your maize crop, do not grow the beans, do not grow the other varieties. And so over the years, we've seen a reduction in terms of productivity for staples like millet, cassava, sorghum, which are very important in nutrition. And this becomes a major challenge. We also see AGRA putting money in research, in the national research institutions. For example, in Kenya, we have the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. In Uganda is the NARO, National Agriculture Research Organization, and funding and putting in money there. So you find a mixture of where philanthropy, business is mixed in. So one puts in the money through this hand and the other takes from this hand. Bill and Melinda Gates have shares in Monsanto, which has now been purchased by Bayer. We are seeing a lot of consolidation of these companies in Africa, even the seed companies that were local and supported the farmer managed seed systems, a lot of conglomeration and bringing them into one major, being bought by multinationals.
Thank you, Anne. So devastating to think of the biodiversity loss when you're talking about the focus on maize. It just hurts the heart thinking about that. Could you give us a quick overview of the different letters that went out and what kinds of responses were received?
In June last year, 2020, after a research that was led by the Tufts University, the researcher team-wise, and a group of other stakeholders including BIBA. We had a report which we called False Solutions by AGRA, and the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, where I work, together with several organizations in Africa, including PELAM and HOMEF, we wrote a letter to AGRA requesting for them to respond to some of the issues that we had raised in terms of their failing model and the fact that they were not availing their evaluations, the internal evaluations. We got a response from one of the staff, but a lot of it did not answer our issues. In June this year, AFSA, the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, wrote again to the funders of AGRA and were requesting for the funders to stop funding because we could not see the benefits of AGRA in Africa after almost spending $1 billion from 2006. That did not get much response. Then again, in September this year, the faith leaders also wrote to over 500 faith leaders from Africa, wrote an open letter to the Gates Foundation asking them to stop supporting AGRA's industrial model initiative. There was no response from that. And then AFSA led an initiative also in September this year, where over 200 organizations led by AFSA wrote again to Gates Foundation, the USAID and other donors to stop funding AGRA. A lot of quiet and not much response from the donors at AGRA does not show a good picture, because we are trying to improve, to see how best to support African smallholder farmers who are feeding over 2/3 of the population. Unfortunately, industry, and as I talked of, industry and business and philanthropy are all working together, because the huge market in Africa for synthetic fertilizers, for toxic pesticides, and even hybrid seeds.
Yeah, zero response from the Gates Foundation. It's outrageous. In spite of all these problems, AGRA's, the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, their broader model of industrial, chemical, intensive and corporate-led agriculture is gaining even more traction, as we know, including through major international forums like the forum today, the UN Food Systems Summit. And AGRA is itself involved in the summit with a side event held just a couple of days ago. And AGRA's president, of course, Agnes Kalibata, was appointed as special envoy to the summit in spite of considerable opposition from civil society groups. Either Anne or Edie, could you talk a little bit about the connections between the UN Food Systems Summit and AGRA, and why those connections are so controversial?
Edie?
Yeah, I can take on this because I've been trying to also see why AGRA and the UN Food Systems Summit are so much in working so closely this time around. But we should all remember that agribusiness corporations in the food system are known to heavily benefit from the one-size-fits-all kind of agricultural system that is being promoted by AGRA in Africa. And this is at the expense of the rich biological and cultural diversity of the farming systems, farming and the food systems on the African continent. So AGRA stands for this market-based, one-size-fits-all standardized model, and literally being the agents of corporate world in Africa. They seek, they are actually a route through which the corporations want to stamp their authority on the African farming systems. So it's pretty clear that AGRA is has a pivotal role in linking corporate-controlled food systems summit and its predetermined outcomes to the African agricultural and food systems. So this is the role which AGRA is actually playing, linking this the predetermined outcomes of this food systems summit and the interests of the corporate world to the African continent. They continue to serve as a working tool to foreign agribusiness corporations as they stamp their authority and control over our African food systems. And this is something which is very dangerous, and it completely disregard, it's in total disregard of the injustices, human rights abuses on land and seed and other natural resources, and the destruction of fragile African ecosystems, among others, typical of the profit-oriented system also being pushed through the United Nations Food Systems Agenda. Also, it's important to note that both AGRA and the United Nations Food Systems Summit, in their nature of making, undermine the fact that at this point in time, Africa and the world at large needs real solutions that take into consideration the diverse ecosystem services and challenges, needs of smallholder producers, indigenous peoples, and solutions that are based on food sovereignty. Both AGRA and Food Systems Summit, the United Nations Food Systems Summit, which is taking place right now, they have this in common. The total disregard and undermining of these key values, which are important in the transformation of the food system. Actually, I always, since the Food Systems Summit was, the idea was conceived, and then AGRA director or coordinator was appointed to be the focal person. I call this marriage between the corporate captured Food Systems Summit and AGRA, which is a medium of communication or medium through which corporations are taking over or stamping their authority in the African food system. So I believe that their marriage rotates around the primitive thinking that African traditional farming systems and agroecology, all of which empower small scale farming communities, are backward. This is their primitive thinking. And in their actions, it's very, very clear. But I believe that this thinking is outdated and it's not true. And it's a thinking that we need to overcome in order to transform the food system. This is how AFSA, how AGRA and the United Nations Food Systems Summit are related. I'll leave the rest to Anne from AFSA.
Thank you. I think he has done justice. It's about corporate control, as he says. Agnes Kalibata is the head of the AGRA, and she gets appointed as the special envoy of the UN Food Systems Summit. And right now, it's about controlling and industry having control over what kind of food Africa is consuming, what kind of agriculture is practiced. It's about pushing industrial agriculture. It's about selling toxic fertilizers. It's about selling toxic pesticides and synthetic fertilizers. It's about bringing seed to Africa. It's about monocultures, maize, and not nutrition, which is based on crop diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the main criticisms that you were just outlining of the UN Food Systems Summit is that it's corporate led and has sidelined an important institution called the CSM, which is the Civil Society and Indigenous Peoples Mechanism. Edie, could you tell us a little bit about how the Civil Society and Indigenous Peoples Mechanism functions and how it's being undermined by the summit and the institutions that it's creating?
Thank you, Ada, for this question. The CSM, actually, as many of us may know, that it's a very open, inclusive space for voicing concerns of those who are mostly affected in the food system, especially those who are suffering from all the injustices surrounding food production, food distribution, food handling, and all activities which are related to food. This is the space we have to voice our issues, to voice our concerns. And it's based in different parts of the world, including 17 sub-regions in all the continents, and also works in different constituents, including small-scale farmers, fisher folks, pastoralists, and many other areas of work. So since the UN Secretary General announced the organization of the Food Systems Summit, immediately the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism started engaging the responsible offices, the responsible organs, to negotiate a way forward to make sure that this system summit is what most of us expected. Because this, at first, the news of the Food Systems Summit came as a relief to most of us. Little did we know that it's a way through which agribusiness corporations and other key agribusiness players in the food system are finding a way to reaffirm their authority and also to take control over the discussions, over the process. So all these challenges led to the CSM to start negotiations. Several letters have been written complaining about the process and also highlighting the key challenges or the key problems related to the process leading to the UN Food Systems Summit. And I have to categorically state that the issue is not about having a food systems summit. We all looked forward to this summit, but actually, because it was the right moment for us to engage everyone to discuss issues, how we can transform the food system. But again, the process became undemocratic. It became opaque. So it triggered a lot of criticisms and also letters coming back and forth. But at the end of it all, every recommendations, every engagement which the CSM put forward, most of the points highlighted as preconditions for participation and engagement were given a deaf ear. And as a voice, as a platform, as a space for majority of the people, majority of those who are affected by the decisions and the outcomes of such an important summit, CSM decided, civil society organizations were left with no option but to openly oppose and run a massive grassroots boycott of this undemocratic, non-transparent summit that only seeks to transform the global food system towards a more corporate one. And this comes against the will of the people, the peoples, and the planet. So it's very clear that since many legitimate demands which were put across, like shifting away from corporate capture of the process and also corporate capture of the entire food system, the total disregard of human rights, moving away from market-based solutions that only look at food as a commodity and ignore all the other aspects, all other forms of food, like the food viewed from the socio-cultural context, food as a political subject, all these other issues were disregarded, and as well as the involvement of democratic public institutions, which we would hold accountable after such kind of a summit. But again, the multi-stakeholderism which was put across leaves us in an open space with no one to hold accountable. So all these kind of demands, once they were not attended to by the people responsible, the issue was to take the summit to the people and organize people's events, to organize what we people think our voices, or to go where we think our voices should be heard, and also where our voices count. And this is organizing the boycott event, the counter summit event, opening up media channels which are dedicated to the counter activities, because these are the true voices of the people. As a mechanism created to give a free voice and space to those people most affected by the injustices, like I said before, it's not surprising to me that the UN Food Systems Summit ignored all the red lines which the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism put across in the due process. Most, if not all, these injustices are as a result of the industrial system, which actually the UN Food Systems Summit is promoting in the process. So, and the summit, like we have all said, is about putting forward such a system that has caused widespread suffering and human rights abuses across the globe. And this is against what the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism believe in. So this justifies the work that has happened in different continents supported by CSM, in Africa, in Latin America, in Europe, in the North America, in Asia. All work has been going on, and it will go on to air people's voices even after the summit taking place.
Yes. Thank you for that, Edie. Really helpful overview, and unfortunate the way things have unfolded. I wonder if either of you want to share just how you think that the institutions that these new institutions or proposals coming out of the UN Food Systems Summit or being established there, how they'll impact ordinary Africans and the people that you work with on the ground there.
Okay, maybe I can start. I think they're going to have a negative impact in terms of the smallholder farmers that are working in Africa and who are the main producers, because these institutions are based on corporate interests. They're based on their need or their push to open their markets. If you look, for example, at the current, there's almost a takeoff of the negotiations between the US and Kenya, the free trade agreements. The interest, I was reading recently, the interest of the Americans to access the rice market in Kenya. Because we do not have this free trade agreement, they're not able to access, because Kenya is a net importer of rice, wheat, and these are things that are very interested in. If you look, for example, at other issues that are corporate driven, for example, genetically modified foods, there's a big push for countries in Africa, and some countries like South Africa opened up their markets. Kenya is slowly being pushed to that corner. We have now a GMO cassava and BT cotton commercialized. The ultimate aim is GMO maize, BT maize, for the African market, because maize is a staple in this region. It's eaten almost for every meal. You cannot compare with the Americans who, for example, eat maize in their breakfast, in their cereal. Here it's ugali, the paste you make from the maize meal for lunch. You have you have roasted maize for a snack. Unfortunately, agriculture now in this part of the world is mostly hinged on maize. Even our policymakers, when you sit with them and you tell them, it's not about promoting maize alone. Furthermore, maize is a highly sensitive crop. If the rains fail, your maize crop fails. If they don't have enough inputs, even if, okay, for us, we push for the use of agroecological practices. If they don't have enough, the maize crop will fail. And a lot of our lands are semi-arid, arid and semi-arid. Promoting crops like millet, sorghum, cassava, and others that are resistant and are climate resilient is a much better way, as opposed to corporate control, which is being pushed by these new institutions. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe to add on, I think, and from my experience working in more than 30 African countries, I believe it's going to be agribusiness as usual, and even worse, because this is legitimizing it means legitimizing injustices like land grabbing, which come with extensive industrial agricultural system. Africa is a big target for the corporate world. The land, the resources, the climate, everything about Africa is a target for the corporations. So it has been agribusiness as the main focus, but it's going even to be much more than agribusiness as usual. For the African farmers, because most of the reality is most of the farmers, smallholder farmers, Africa has mostly smallholder farmers who cannot afford seeds after the season, because our agricultural system in Africa is built on a system that respects nature and that uses the locally available resources. Extending the corporate control over the African agricultural systems, meaning more and more families dropping out of farming or being forced to give up their land through legitimized grabbing systems, to go even hungrier than before. So the UN Food System Summit and the institutions which are being created out of that, they're not going actually to foster people-centered agricultural system. They're going to foster corporate-centered systems, which are only about profits, are only about satisfying market, not even thinking about developing local economies. The African agricultural traditional systems are about developing local economies, supporting each other, supporting the environment, taking care of the planet and all the resources. This is completely different from what the UN Food System Summit is envisioning for Africa and for many other people in the global south and out there in the world.
Just to reinforce what you're saying, Godfrey Balgua, might be mispronouncing his name. He's the author of the African Union's Common Position Statement on Food Systems that was leaked recently, and there's a big response on the part of African food sovereignty movement. In the Agra side event 2 days ago, he stated that through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that Africa is open for business for both domestic and foreign investors. And I think that's how they are presenting what they're trying to do. Also in that side event, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, was participating, and their representative is Jim Barnhart. And he said that USAID and the Gates Foundation, the Gates Foundation representative at the site event named Roger Voorhees, and both Jim Barnhart and Roger Voorhees repeatedly emphasize a need for quote unquote locally led food systems and African led solutions, and said they want people to tell them where they could change course and have a different approach when something's not working. He kept emphasizing partnership and listening to all partners and locally led leadership among the most marginalized. And I just wonder what your response is to that claim that that's USAID and the Gates Foundation's approach.
Thank you, Heather. I think USAID has not had a very good history in terms of what they push in Africa, especially agriculture. They have been seen as part of the system that has been pushing for the opening up of African markets to genetically modified foods. And now we have the GMO 2.0 gene editing and all those. For me, and looking at the fact that Agnes Kalibata, an African woman that is heading the AGRA, was asked to be a special envoy for the UN Food System Summit, is quite significant. She, being an African woman, is expected to understand the challenges that women who are the main producers in the smallholder farmer and family farming movements in Africa, the challenges that they are going through. Unfortunately, coming from where she's coming from, AGRA, and when I talked about the push for AGRA, AGRA has managed to even support several PhDs and master's degrees, and come with the notion with these incentives, even to the various ministries of agriculture, that you're going to take your staff to study more, improve, get their PhDs and all this. We are taking your young scientists to Iowa to study and get advance their degrees. Unfortunately, what that does, it changes their thinking. It brings in a different mentality, and he who pays the piper, he who plays who pays the piper you have to dance to his tune. And so what happens, and I believe Agnes Kalibata is in that group because she's coming from that model. She's the main pusher, she's heading AGRA. So when she moves into this UN Food System Summit, she's forced to play the game of the corporate takeover, because they are funding, they're bringing in the money. Unfortunately, we are seeing that also happening within our national research agencies, where industry is putting in money in the name of public-private partnerships. We're doing public-private partnerships. So we are going for public seed that has been developed by our researchers, and the private is the multinationals bringing in their genetic engineering, inserting into work that has been happening for many years, and now gaining from that the royalty. It's about profit at the end of the day. Because look at it, for many years, smallholder farmers have fed people in Africa. So what is this that's bringing an issue that now we have to start using genetically modified seed to produce more food? And looking at statistics, the amount of food that is wasted all over the world is higher. Issues related to food is not about how you produce it, it's about access. Can you afford it? A person who can afford food will never go hungry. It's the person who's poor and depending on rain-fed agriculture in deep down in a arid or semi-arid zone that is having major challenges. Right now in Kenya, the government has declared there's a hunger as a disaster, because for the last 2 seasons, we have not had enough rain. But the people who have access to where the food is coming from, who have access to money, can be able to purchase that food. So for us, what we promote in agroecology and when we speak to our policymakers, we tell them, if you only would provide even small irrigation access, small water pans for these farmers, they would produce food for the entire season and feed themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe also to add on something broad, maybe to put it in context, is that I normally define 3 pillars which define industrial food systems, especially here in Africa and elsewhere. And this also characterize those institutions that actually foster industrial systems. 1 is greed. 2 is power. 3 is control. These are the 3 main pillars, which also organizations like AGRA, and also we can see it in USAID when it's implementing the agricultural programs. Greed comes with promising political actors huge returns on investment in Africa. And they are swept by that, by those technical lies and also the big ambiguous promises. And AGRA has done that. USAID has done that. All other industrial actors have done that, who are trying to push the industrial agenda onto the African food systems. Power, putting political actors into the hands of those with money. This is very common. Also, when it comes to seeds, land grabbing, control of the natural resources, and many other things. Get politicians, put them in their hands, dictate policies, and all these other issues. Control, come to agricultural research. It's mostly funded by these institutions because countries are deliberately cutting funding towards agricultural development, deliberately reducing the national budget. and looking up to corporations for investment, for grants. Also controlling education. Many PhDs, many master classes are not in agroecology, are not supported in the field of agroecology. They're in genetic engineering, they're in creating fertilizers and all such kind of things. Controlling the national budgets also comes because many countries in Africa are donor dependent. So these institutions, through their philanthropy and also other grant-making entities, they control the national budget. I remember one case when it comes to giving also free inputs. There are inputs which are needed badly by small-scale African farmers, like irrigation, access to water, and like value addition and food handling technologies, appropriate technologies. But when it comes to giving inputs, the first thing is to give chemical fertilizers, hybrid seeds, sometimes GMOs, and these others. I remember one case in West Nile in Uganda, where more than 10,000 farmers lost their organic certification in coffee because USAID was distributing free fertilizers. This kind of technological dumping in agriculture is one of the biggest problems with these kind of aid systems and corporations giving grants and such kind of support, which pushes countries towards a more industrialized system.
That is terrible. USAID undermining local farmers, continuing colonization. It's horrible to hear stories like that. And you were talking about, both of you, sort of what leads to these corporate perspectives on African agriculture, and that, you know, perhaps getting an education in US institutions that are funded by agribusiness who have, you know, in Iowa, it's like the Monsanto campus. I mean, it's very explicit, the funding. Just makes me think of a question from Brenda Biddle, who we've worked with over the years closely. Hello, Brenda, I'm glad you're here. She asked, I've been following movements for food sovereignty for many years. I understand and agree with and support everything you have said. My question is, could you explain the problem of Agnes Kalibata's position in a way that her supporters could understand? Or as an African woman, how can she not see all the problems of which you speak?
It's about where maybe she's coming from, let me say. She is the head of the alliance, the AGRA, and they are promoting the corporate takeover of our food systems. They are promoting the use of hybrids and eventually GMOs. Hybrids are just one step away from genetically modified foods. They're promoting the use of synthetic fertilizers. I talked of the system that they are forming, a system of agro-dealers, what they're calling even village-based advisors. So the village-based advisor is at the village, and they advise the farmers on if they have a challenge in their farm. You need to buy this, you need to get this chemical, you need to get this fertilizer, you need to get this pesticide. Eventually, these village-based advisors are becoming what you're calling the agro-dealers. But the major challenge with having an African woman at that position is that everyone assumes she understands all the challenges the women, the youth, they face in terms of agriculture. But if you look back, a lot of these leaders that we're having heading such institutions, African leaders, come from a school of thought where their thinking has been changed. Let me give an example. In Kenya, in the county that I live in and work in, Kiambu County, we started a push for the adoption of agroecology. And we started from what you're calling developing an agroecology policy. It passed this year. But after the political process of getting the policy, we went to the Ministry of Agriculture in the county and the staff and told them, now we have a policy, you have to change the strategy here. It's no longer high synthetic input-based agriculture. we need to move towards agroecology. It was shocking to us that a lot of these sub-county agriculture officers, the directors, and some, I think the bigger group were women, they were like, what is agroecology? From school, we have been taught agriculture is about using fertilizer, using pesticides, having a clean crop. Your maize should be big and you pump it with a lot of these chemicals. Unfortunately, most farmers in Africa now are doing that. And so getting that thinking was such a struggle. And we're like telling them, but agroecology has always been the default, the smallholder farmer who cannot get this subsidy, who cannot afford. They use their compost manure. They use their local what are they called? Ways of managing pests and diseases, and they're able to produce crop. They use their indigenous seeds, which are adapted to where they are. Integrated pest management is the word I was looking for, and they're able to produce food, and they do diversification, crop rotation. And you find these officers were wondering. And so we started the process of educating them on what is agroecology, because the education system, even at the local level for primary to high school, to the local university, is about agriculture, is about agribusiness, is about production, moving into the market. Thank God now, okay, COVID-19 has brought in some positive aspect, because people now are looking at issues of nutrition, safe food and all this. And now we are having that kind of system change. And so looking at Agnes Kalibata, she comes from that system. She's pushing, she's employed to do that. She's appointed to this big position. She has to play to their tune. And so that is the unfortunate situation, which we need to start by changing.
And we just dropped your voice. While we wait for Anne to hopefully join us again, Edie, did you have a response to that question? And ask Anne to wrap up when she joins us again.
Actually, Anne has said it all. It comes from the notion and also thinking that the solution to African agricultural systems in an advancing capital-intensive, market-based industrial model of farming, which is a total, which is totally untrue, if I can say. This has gone deeply into the agricultural systems here in Africa, also in Uganda, the way extension agricultural system, agriculture officers are trained. They're inclined to support the industrial system, because this has been systematically built over a long period of time. For me, the person who has grown in Africa, who has worked with communities, I have been in this system and I've seen how it works. Before, when I was a university student, my first job was to promote industrial seeds at the university, and I saw how it works. And I remember one time when we promoted when we promoted a new variety of maize in places of Hoima in Western Uganda and also around Chankwanzi, as you're going still to Hoima. And we had a lot of promises which come with this seed as drought tolerant, drought resistant, and fertilizer efficiency, high yield. But again, all the lies were unmasked by the drought in 2007. When I went back to the farmers, I could see the sadness in the faces, because they lost almost everything. And I could not trust the system anymore. I had to make a U-turn, start working with farmers to build concrete solutions to their challenges in agriculture. And this means to rebuild the ecosystem, to look for indigenous seeds, to develop indigenous seed network, rebuild agricultural knowledge and work with farmers to co-create this knowledge, which they have been lost in the process. They have lost in the process. So it works that way. But for somebody who has been in Africa, if you've been from the grassroots work and you've interacted with the farmers, you would really understand their challenges, and you would not push for a system that makes farmers a slave to the seed dealers, that makes farmers slaves to the agricultural input dealers, and a system that makes farmers a slave to the market forces of demand and supply. You would push for agroecology, you would push for the right vision for African farming systems, which is food sovereignty. This is what we definitely have to push, but it hurts to see that Africans in organizations like AGRA are pushing the continent towards the other side, knowing very well the implications which we are bound to face.
Thank you so much. I admire you so much for making that transition. It's really powerful just to hear your story, Edie. Thank you for sharing that. And both of you, I just want to thank you. It's time that we wrap up, but this has been incredibly just a great hour to hear your perspectives on the UN Food System Summit and all the problems it represents, and also the power of agroecology and the food sovereignty movements. I just want to say the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa represents some 200 million small-scale food producers. It's the largest civil society network on the continent. There are many other networks doing, fantastic work for food sovereignty. Is there any way that we can share with our participants that they can support your work?
Thank you, and sorry for the small mishap. I think it's important that we have started talking. The partnership or the collaboration between the Global South, the Global North, we're happy that we have South America also on board, is really good in ensuring that we have a voice and a change in system. One of the ways that we've done is start off with the children, help them to appreciate their local foods, local production. And so that cooperation and working together with people from all over the world, changing system thinking in terms of people thinking that industrial agriculture is the only way is very important. And really appreciate this solidarity. And we say we continue working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Do you want to add anything, Edie?
Yeah, for Slow Food, we remain a grassroots organization with thousands of communities all over the world. And also we are running different programs that actually promote sovereignty of the people and also connect people with food and culture. So these are, as well as playing an important role in amplifying agroecology. We have different programs like Slow Food Ecological Gardens in Africa. We have biodiversity conservation programs, advocacy programs, as well as food education programs. So we are open to those who want to join us to cause a fundamental change in the food system. So just follow the Slow Food on social media, and also check on our website for more about our programs and how we can work together to change the food system. We work with everybody with whom we share the same values, organizations like AFSA. We are working so closely with AFSA here in Uganda and also in Kenya. So everybody is welcome in this transition to a sustainable food system.
And I'll just add that Community Alliance for Global Justice, my organization, is also a membership-based organization, grassroots organization, and we welcome you to join us wherever you are in the world. We're Seattle-based, but can coordinate with folks from all over the world, and ask you to join our campaign. We need to put much more pressure on the Gates Foundation to have an impact. So thank you so much for joining us this hour. Again, Edie and Anne, and everybody who's helped organize this event and who's participating today. Really appreciate our time together.
Muchas gracias.
Adelante.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias por este excelente panel. Quiero agradecer a nuestras hermanas Heather por haber colocado estas preguntas tan importantes que permitió a nuestras hermanas Anne y Edie colocar sus reflexiones y su visión desde la región de África. Y quiero resaltar estos elementos, algunos, no todos precisamente, porque es mucho lo que dijeron, pero ustedes han escuchado. Por ejemplo, bueno, han estado enviando estas cartas exigiendo que se deje de apoyar a la Revolución Verde en África, toda vez que están generándose una serie de cambios y problemas en su región, dado que hace muchos años, con sistemas alimentarios propios que han tenido, y llegaban a alimentar a más de 2/3 partes de su población. Y sin embargo, con este impulso hacia la Revolución Verde, se están presentando una serie de problemas desde este impulso con Agra en África, porque se están utilizando métodos que cambian los sistemas alimentarios tradicionales de producción de alimentos, que están creando redes de comerciantes agrícolas que cambian sus sistemas de producción. La semilla, el sistema de semillas, las leyes de semillas están cambiando y ahora consideran a los campesinos no como solo como mejoradores de semillas, y en un concepto de comercialización apoyan la introducción de pesticidas, pero no mejoran la producción. Por lo tanto, estos elementos les llama la preocupación y están exigiendo cientos de organizaciones de productores de pequeña escala que se detenga este apoyo a la Revolución Verde, porque ahora no pueden elegir sus semillas y tienen que comprar lo que se les da. Se están destinando fondos a investigación, pero la investigación controlada desde la filantropía, desde las grandes empresas como Bayer, etcétera, y que solamente ven sus fines y sus intereses y colocan a los alimentos como una mercancía. Por lo tanto, piensan que esto no es lo mejor para sus pueblos, porque no está contribuyendo a resolver los problemas del hambre, sino a generar otros problemas más que ahora están sufriendo. No están tomando en cuenta las injusticias y los abusos que se han cometido a los campesinos, y que no se basan en las soluciones locales, como los sistemas alimentarios tradicionales, como la agroecología. Para ellos esto es lo más importante, es lo que se debería de impulsar. Y sin embargo, esto no es lo que está ocurriendo. Las corporaciones están controlando los alimentos y están impulsando la producción de monocultivos y destruyendo la biodiversidad. Por lo tanto, plantean que hay que revertir esta situación, hay que proteger los espacios que ha ganado los movimientos sociales, como el mecanismo de la sociedad civil y los pueblos indígenas, desde donde se da voz a los pequeños productores de alimento, para poder escuchar, hacer oír nuestras voces. Y sin embargo, el hecho de que la señora Agnes Calibata haya sido la enviada especial, pues enfoca evidentemente su trabajo en la región de África con esta visión para dar impulso a las grandes corporaciones, a este tipo de sistemas alimentarios industriales desde Agra. Ahora solo hay una opción, nos dicen: oponernos fuertemente a esta situación, alejarnos de la captura corporativa, impulsar la protección de los derechos humanos y dejar de ver a los alimentos como mercancía. Afortunadamente, están planteando elementos muy interesantes en esta situación de la que vive África, y desde su reflexión nos proponen impulsar la agroecología, defender la soberanía alimentaria y construir estas alianzas entre los movimientos sociales desde la región de África con otros países y productores de alimentos del sur global, pero también con el norte global, donde están nuestras hermanas y hermanos, por ejemplo, quienes hoy están impulsando este encuentro. Necesitamos educar a los niños y las niñas para cambiar las maneras de pensar y este sistema alimentario industrial y combatirlo. Impulsar programas para defender la soberanía alimentaria desde la base de producción agroecológica. Entonces están ahí los planteamientos, las soluciones, pero están también todas estas amenazas y solamente esta solidaridad y esta alianza entre los movimientos va a ser posible que desde nosotros mismos, desde las organizaciones, desde África y desde las otras regiones, podamos hacer frente a estas amenazas que tenemos enfrente. Así es que muchísimas gracias a Anne, muchísimas gracias a Edie, muchas gracias a Heather por este excelente panel. Yo solamente rescato estos elementos, pero por supuesto fue mucho más rico lo que escuchamos de Edie y de Anne y de Heather. Muchísimas gracias. Adelante, por favor. Nettie.
That was a rich and wonderful panel. And I share Saul's thank you to everybody, including the interpreters, of course. We move now to our next panel, which is land rights, defending land rights for food sovereignty in the Americas and beyond. But before that, we are going to have an interlude of music and a few videos.
uyathandeka khuselana bafasi bathandela bafasi yeah, 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 yeah. Hoy, hoy, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the People's Encounter. We're having one technical issue. Give me just 1 second as we return. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the People's Kitchen Counter Mobilization, taking back our food system. As we work out a couple technical issues, we again thank the People's Forum for hosting us here today in New York City. We're going to transition now to our second panel. And we're going to start this session with a video from our land defender allies in Brazil, who have in the past years have joined us in the United States to work with peasant and family farming communities in the United States. And so we'll have a quick message and video to be played to introduce and set up our conversation on our panels.
Situações, problemas sociais e ambientais por causa dos investimentos que vão dos Estados Unidos para o Brasil, para essas empresas. Essa quantidade de terras que está sendo comprada mostra isso, comprova essa questão, né? Que apenas interesse no lucro para comprar terras e são terras que a gente chama terras roubadas, né? Terras griladas. Os trabalhadores não têm um recurso, não têm dinheiro para poder pagar advogados, para chegar até a capital a tempo hábil para resolver as situações. Então termina sendo presas fáceis. Eu vejo de cara duas possibilidades. A primeira delas é a perca das terras das pessoas para espaço desses investimentos que chegam. Uma outra similaridade que eu vejo entre o Piauí e o Mississippi é a forma de resistência que as pessoas buscam. Eles se organizam, né, ou em cooperativas ou em coletivos, para resistir, para dizer que são parte da história, para dizer que pertence àquele local. mim é triste, é preocupante, né? De ver o tanto que é a ganância do homem. É garantir futuros destruindo outros futuros. A tendência é se avançar, se nada for feito. Esses investimentos de compra de terras lá no Piauí, bem como aqui também, tem que ser colocado um ponto final. O remédio é a unidade. A ação coletiva pode ajudar a todos nós chegar lá. Você pode conversar com seus governos. Você pode fazer muitas coisas. Só não fique quieto, porque você só não fique parado achando que tudo está bem.
So again, welcome everyone to our second panel today, which is titled Defending Land Rights for Food Sovereignty in the Americas and Beyond. My name is Jordan Treacle. I am the National Programs and Policy Coordinator for the National Family Farm Coalition. NFFC is an alliance of 30 grassroots and farmer-led organizations across the United States, working on behalf of the livelihoods of family-scale farmers, ranchers, fisherfolk, and peasants. And I currently lead the organization's engagement with the United Nations and represent NFFC within our allied networks at the international level, including La Via Campesina and the CSM liaison group opposing the UN Food System Summit. I'd like to thank Tristan and Maria Luisa for joining our panel today. I'm going to read some quick bios from them as we start this panel. Maria Luisa Mendoza has a PhD in human geography from the University of Sao Paulo and is a visiting scholar at the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics at CUNY Graduate Center. She's the co-director of Rede Social de Justicia y Derechos Humanos, or the Network for Social Justice and Human Rights in Brazil, and editor of the book Human Rights in Brazil, published annually since 2000. Her research includes history and political economy of agriculture, food, land, and water systems, and geopolitical processes of resistance by rural social movements in Brazil and internationally. We also have Kristen Quintibido, who is the national campaigner at ActionAid USA. He works with grassroots organizations and allies through national networks and coalitions to build support for food, agriculture, climate, and land policies that work for communities and the planet. He also works to connect grassroots organizations in the US to international social movements and bring frontline leaders into global policy spaces, particularly around the human right to food. He has a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Maine and a Master of Arts in Philosophy from the New School for Social Research. So welcome, Maria Luisa and Tristan. So today we're going to talk about land rights as a cornerstone issue for food sovereignty, agroecology, and human rights. And we're going to be highlighting an international campaign that our three organizations featured here today co-founded with a number of other allies, of which you can see on this slide, more than a decade ago to monitor and oppose land grabbing in the Americas. And we want to bring this topic to this event for a few reasons. An early critique from civil society and social movements against the UN's Food System Summit was its lack of emphasis on the centrality of human rights frameworks generally, and land rights in particular. As the UN Food System Summit attempts to co-opt established UN institutions like the specialized agencies on food and agriculture issues, the land rights agendas in these agencies, which have made some important progress over the past decade, will be further threatened. Secondly, in North America, the conventional debates about land rights and land grabbing have focused on these trends in the global South and Africa in particular. And I've heard this message directly from Edie, Mukiibi, and Maina earlier today. And those of us working in North America certainly stand in strong solidarity with our African allies in it condemning and opposing these neo-colonial actions by Western corporations, governments, and powerful actors. But it's critical that we recognize how much of this land grabbing and how this land grabbing in the global South is being financed, as well as recognize that land grabbing takes place in North America too, consistently targeting, in particular, people of color. Let's just remember some recent examples from Standing Rock in the United States, the daily marginalization of customary land tenure rights or heirs property of African American farmers in the US, and the history of mountaintop removal for coal extraction across the Appalachian territories in the US. But I believe the public is starting to take notice. Bill Gates is one of the largest private agricultural land owners in the US now, and TIAA, a US corporate pension fund manager, is not only the largest institutional owner of farmland in the US, but also the world. So this topic is finally emerging into the realm of public discourse in North America, and it's critical that we link the land grabbing stories and struggles beyond the North American region to the other regions where we're hearing from allies today so that we can see the whole picture. Finally, we'll go into this more in the panel, but the false solutions to the climate crisis, such as carbon markets, are increasingly closely linked to land governance issues. Land investments, which some years ago may have just been an economic risk management strategy, now are being seen as an opportunity to grab public green investments as new potential revenue streams by these corporate actors. And the emerging focus of the UN Food System Summit on innovation and digitalization risk pouring gasoline on this fire. So I'm going to turn it now over to Maria Luisa to talk about the processes of land speculation and how our campaign kicked off more than a decade ago. So Maria Luisa, the floor is yours. You have 15 to 20 minutes. Please remember to mute any notification sounds on your computer or phone, and please speak slowly for the interpretation. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Very happy to be here to participate in this conversation. We started in my organization to look into this process of speculation with farmland back around 2010, after the economic crisis, the global economic crisis of 2008, and after the collapse of the housing market in the US. We identified that financial corporations started to target farmland as a new economic financial asset. And the way we found that out was because we were looking into the joint venture of a company called Cosan, which is the largest producer of sugarcane in Brazil, and the oil corporations, the Dutch oil corporation Shell. They did a joint venture and formed the largest producer of ethanol in Brazil. So what was happening at that time was that we were denouncing the expansion of sugarcane monocropping for the production of ethanol, showing that an extensive monocropping could not be sustainable. So that type of production system of agrofuels could not be sustainable and could not be considered green energy. So when we were looking at that and denouncing that process, and also looking at how oil corporations were taking over the ethanol market in Brazil and all over the world, we found out that this sugarcane company, COSAM, had established a new type of subsidiary called Radar. And that was a new type of corporation in Brazil, was a rural real estate corporation dealing with the Brazilian land market, buying land and renting land, not just for sugarcane, but for other crops, mainly agricultural commodities. And then we found out that the main source of funding for that corporation was GAA, which is a pension fund based in the US, but TAA also receives funds from other pension funds in Europe and in Canada. So after the global economic crisis of 2008, many agribusiness corporations in Brazil went bankrupt. But because of this new type of funding, financial corporations entering the farmland market chain, that was the reason why agribusiness corporations were able to expand monocropping plantations in Brazil with huge impacts, social and environmental impacts. So GAA did not disclose the location of the farms, but even before we started to do grassroots research to look into that, the concrete impact of GAA presence in Brazil, we knew two things. We knew that when a large corporation such as GAA, a very large pension fund, sets up a fund to buy farmland around the world, not just in Brazil, but in other parts of the world, that already creates pressure on local communities, rural communities, and small farmers, because there is this rush, to buy farmland, and that's the process of speculation that we talk about. The second point is that although the main objective of these corporations is control over land, in order to justify that, there is then an incentive for the expansion of monocropping plantations. And we all know that no type of extensive monocropping plantation can be sustainable, as they claim, these corporations claim that they put out sustainability reports, but as we also saw in the early panel, these large plantations demand large use of chemical inputs with huge environmental impacts that destroy the soil, destroy water sources, destroy biodiversity, so that over time decrease agricultural productivity. And the main region where they were doing this business, they were targeting the Brazilian Cerrado, which is the most biodiverse savanna in the world. The Cerrado is like an upside down forest. The trees are relatively short, but the roots go on and on and on for many kilometers. So it's also an important source of underground water. And the destruction of the Cerrado changes the rain cycles in the whole hemisphere, from the Amazon region to the south part of the Americas. So there is a change in rain cycles, and of course that creates severe droughts and floods, which is also, of course, related to climate change. We also, it's important to point out that industrial agriculture is a main cause of climate change, because it's based on chemical inputs that are based on fossil fuels. So anyone who is promoting this type of system is actually contributing to climate change, and this is not about the production of food. It's about just the production of a few commodities for export. In the case of Brazil, sugarcane, soy, timber, and beef. So that's why we are also supporting indigenous peoples in Brazil that are calling for a boycott of these 4 commodities. So we then started to do grassroots research and work with local communities in the Brazilian Cerrado to support them in their resistance against land grabbing, because this process creates displacement of rural communities. And all of this was done in public lands. In the Cerrado, there are plateaus, there are flat lands, and that's where the monocropping plantations expanded. And that was a place where local communities used collectively to raise small animals and to collect plants and fruits. And then in the lowlands, in the valleys, are the places where they have their housing and also food production. But because of the huge amount of chemical inputs and also spray of pesticides from airplanes, the pollution from the flat plateaus goes into the lowlands and affect water sources and food production of local communities. So there are several types of social and environmental impacts. So by having information about why that was happening, what are the main players in that process, the communities then started to organize and fight for land rights. We also started to denounce this process of illegal land grabbing, because in Brazil it's very common that local land grabbers partner with foreign corporations. They grab the land, they produce fake land titles, because like I said before, everything used to be public land in this region. And so they fake land titles, they put the land in the markets, and we started to denounce that process. And the communities now are in a very important moment of organizing collectively to demand collective land rights. And we're talking about indigenous communities, peasant communities, and quilombola, which are the rural Afro-Brazilian communities. So we then now, in order to support this local organizing that is happening and the process that is happening now of communities fighting for their collective land rights, we also started to organize an international campaign, an international coalition, and the National Family Farm Coalition and ActionAid and the other organizations that you see in this slide, Friends of the Earth, Grain, Uprooted and Rising are key members of this coalition. And we also started to look into what are the main players, international players that we can pressure. It's very important to continue putting pressure on international corporations and governments, because again, we saw in the previous panel, for example, the role of the USAID that promoting dumping and the so-called green revolution in other countries, which is a policy that started many decades ago and continues in a moment where we have a dramatic financial crisis and a dramatic health and environmental crisis. So the only way to deal with those crises is by transforming our food systems and creating international solidarity with rural communities that are fighting to implement agroecology and for land rights as well. So we still see these players, these corporations and foreign governments, and also the Brazilian government sells the idea that that is all this empty land in Brazil, which is a neo-colonial perspective. Of course, you can only expand monocropping plantations by destroying the environment or displacing local communities that have been living and producing ecological food systems for many, many generations. And the situation is even more dramatic now because the destruction of biodiversity is also connected with the pandemic, the health crisis, and of course with climate change. So it's very important for us to expand solidarity, and also to send a message that we are not only talking about communities in Brazil, in this isolated area far away in rural areas in other countries, but we are talking about a global issue, a process that impacts all of us. And that's why it's very important for us to have this conversation and to create solidarity and to build strategies to resist this process and to transform our food systems and build agroecology in a mass scale. So thank you for this time.
Thank you so much, Maria Luisa, for this important insight and overview of land grabbing trends in Brazil and the international linkages and implications, particularly to North America and the US. I'm going to continue the discussion now with talking a little bit about some of the land access and land grabbing trends and challenges that we see, particularly in the US, but in some degree also in Canada from a regional perspective. But I think it's really important to say at the beginning that the short time that we have today does not give this topic justice. So this is very much an overview that helps, we hope will help draw the parallels between the challenges that Maria Luisa has just emphasized in Brazil, as well as in our home region of North America. I think it's absolutely critical that we recognize the history of colonialism and land theft of Black and Indigenous and people of color communities in North America. This history of colonialism, private property regimes, and racial capitalism are intricately connected. And the corporate ownership of land that we're discussing today, in today's context, is heading in the wrong direction from addressing these issues from the orientation of social justice, human rights, and reparations. When we examine some of the macro level trends in terms of land access in the US, there's a couple key factors that we need to center to the discussion. First off, building on the point that I just made, land grabbing, land loss, and consolidation in the US disproportionately impacts community of color. People of color now own less than 2% of farmland in the US and have lost agricultural land at higher rates than that of the white majority population in this country. A number of factors have contributed to this trend, including violent displacement, political failures to recognize and enforce treaties with Indigenous communities, and discrimination in access to resources and services. These challenges are ongoing. This is not a thing of the past. And we need to recognize that as one example of how this issue continues today, 40% of Black
state-owned farmland is under customary or insecure land tenure arrangements in the US, which in some ways mirror some of the insecure land rights challenges that rural communities in Brazil are facing that Maria Luisa has just mentioned. A second important point to touch upon is the reality that many of us know that the farmer demographics in the US is headed towards an aging farming population, which means that more than 400 million acres of farmland, or about 45% of the current agricultural land in the US, is expected to change hands in the coming decade. This is going to have major implications on who will be stewarding the land over the coming years, when at the same time, we must be making significant steps to address the climate crisis. When we talk about and talk to young farmers in our network and in our allies networks about the challenges that new and beginning farmers have to entering agriculture, access to land and access to financial resources are consistently raised up as the key barriers to entering farming. We see farmland in the US increasingly being financialized. So in 1970, the average acre of an American acre of farmland cost about $1,000 US dollars, which is adjusted for inflation in today's terms. Over the past 5 decades, up until the present day, that price has more than tripled to over $3,000 per acre. So this means that the median 440-acre farm in the US that would have had a value of $444,000 in 1970 is now worth $1.4 million. This is obviously a major barrier for a new or beginning farmer to be able to find this kind of capital. And this, just the fact of these land prices favors corporate entities, both domestic corporations and corporations from abroad, that can recruit capital and outcompete bidding for land compared to individual farmers. We've seen increasing consolidation from these factors. Farmland investment has doubled in the US over the past decade, and $3.4 billion have been invested just by US pension funds and US farmland. This has contributed, no doubt, to 8% of farms controlling 40% of farmland in the US. So this increasing trend towards farmland consolidation and a disparity between small-scale producers on very small plots and large-scale corporate actors owning very large tracts of land is certainly on the rise. And we have seen this history across the Americas for some time now. It's also really important to recognize the financial pressures that push many small-scale farmers and peasants to have to sell their land in order to survive. We have rising production costs in North America, like many other regions. And we see increasing corporate control in all aspects of our food sector, which put significant downward pressure on producers and limit their ability to get fair prices so that they can sustain their livelihoods, steward the land in a responsible way, and feed their communities. So just as a few examples, the median farm income last year in 2020 was negative, with government direct payments accounting for nearly a third of all farm income in the US. We have seen historic levels of farm debt in the last years. And a recent study by the US Department of Agriculture has shown that between 60 and 80% of all small-scale farms in the US are operating in a high-risk economic position. So there are many folks, because of the lack of fair prices, are very much on an economic precipice or cliff. And whenever we see a natural disaster, if we see a political dispute impacting markets abroad, or we see the overproduction, a spike in production which drives down prices, these small-scale family farmers, because of no fault of their own, are in a very difficult economic position to be able to adapt. All of these factors demonstrate the urgent need for systemic reform of agricultural pricing, particularly for agricultural commodities in the US. And luckily, we have a policy history in this country from about 100 years ago during the New Deal era, where we had parity pricing models. They're called parity pricing that include things like price floors for producers, coupled with mechanisms to limit overproduction of commodities that we can still draw upon to try to advance a model of agricultural pricing and compensation for agricultural labor that is fair and just. So in my last minutes here, I just want to touch on a couple points of where the corporate actors play in this story in the US. So we see that these corporate actors are investing in a wide cross-section of our food system, including commodity and specialty crops, seafood, processing, agricultural waste management, and distribution. We have heard reports that corporations target farmers in economic distress. There is an informal phrase that is used referred to the 4 Ds, which represent death, disaster, disability, and divorce. And these corporations tend to seek out farmers who are experiencing one of these challenges in their life to approach them to try to buy their land. But we also see these corporate actors engaged in political lobbying around land governance issues. There are many news reports showing that they have been pressuring state governments to water down or throw out anti-corporate farming laws, particularly in the Midwest region of the US, that we do know limit some of these corporate investments in land. We also see that these corporations are misusing some international frameworks that did not include in their formulation significant civil society and social movement input. And they reference these international policy frameworks as a kind of legal, soft law, greenwashing of their activities. And this makes it clear that we have to engage in these international policy forum to prevent this capture of these international frameworks by corporate entities. And then finally, it's important to note that as we've heard today, corporations that are investing in land and owning land are pushing for a model that reduces the role of public institutions to craft policy in the public interest. And they rather try to hand these processes over to multi-stakeholder platforms where they can more easily exert their influence and push this false solution of voluntary corporate responsibility. So undermining the role and function of public institutions to hold these corporate actors accountable when they impact the environment or human rights. So as I turn it over to Tristan here, I just want to emphasize what we need to oppose these trends in the US and internationally. We need new federal or national regulations to address the 21st century phenomenon of massive capital flows across borders that are being invested in farmland. And we'll talk about how pension funds are a major player in that massive capital flow. But our policies at the national level for addressing this trend are outdated and insufficient. We also must push our public institutions at the local, state, and national level to recognize the policy wins that have been made by civil society and social movements at the international level over the past decade. And this means pushing for implementations of the UN voluntary guidelines on the governance of tenure, but more importantly, the groundbreaking UN Declaration on Peasant Rights that was passed in 2018. Certainly also we must continue to push for the enforcement of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants, the rights of Indigenous peoples as well. So with that framing and some perspective on the challenges from the grassroots level and the farmer level in the US, I'll also now turn it over to Tristan to discuss our common campaign and how we're pushing in these directions in a mode of solidarity. And Tristan, the floor is yours for 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Maria Luisa. My name is Tristan Quinn-Thibodeau. I'm the National Campaigner at ActionAid USA, which is a part of the ActionAid International Federation. And I just want to say that we've been involved in this campaign for about the past 5 years and are very honored to be speaking at this event and in conjunction or to raise up alternatives and challenges to this corporate agenda at the UN Food Systems Summit. As Maria Luisa and Jordan have outlined, this new wave of land grabbing is originating with institutions based in North America and in the global north through the financialization of farmland, turning farmland into a financial asset class. But of course, the global north is also a target for these grabs. And this is important because one view of many institutions is that the US and Canada are not targets for agricultural development, or that we don't have problems with our agricultural systems, and therefore we can't have land grabs. And so I think this is an important campaign to address this blind spot. And it also means that we in the global north and in North America have an obligation to take on these issues and to build international solidarity around them. I just want to start my presentation by saying that our campaign in the US, the campaign we're involved in is a multi-continental effort. But within the US, we are dealing with the collision of three crises or three phenomena, and one of which is a crisis in the financial system, which Maria Luisa emphasized, but it's a particular crisis in the pension system, the retirement system, which has been in the United States underfunded for a long time and reliant on speculative financial activities. And of course, there's the agrarian crisis that in the United States that Jordan emphasized, the loss of family farms, the overexploitation or the continued exploitation of landless farm labor and undocumented in particular, and the increasing price of land, as well as agribusiness's own legitimacy crisis. And then the third crisis is the climate crisis, which is not only threatening agriculture, but is caused by this agribusiness model and the solutions to which they're driving more corporate, trying to promote the corporate agenda. And so the institutions that are most active in this trend in the US, and which we need to address, are the retirement funds, the pension fund managers. And one of the reasons why I'm involved personally and why our organization is involved is because our own retirement fund manager, this company TIAA, which is the biggest and the most prominent, manages our nonprofit retirement savings. And they also manage, over 5 million workers' retirements, primarily in the education sectors, the nonprofit sectors, and the healthcare sectors. And in addition to TIAA's own clients, their farmland fund is a vehicle to recruit investment or recruit financial flows from other public pension systems, both within the United States, the states of New Mexico, Vermont, and New York contribute funds to TIA's Farmland Fund, but also provincial public funds, public pension systems in Canada, as well as the Dutch and Swedish national social security systems and pension funds, private pension funds in UK, United Kingdom, and in Germany, as well as others. And this is important because we understand that TIAA, a large financial company, $1 trillion fund based in New York, can approach these public pension funds that are in crisis for the reasons I mentioned earlier and are looking for ways to meet their obligations to their workers. And they can tell them investing in farmland is safe, financially safe, potentially lucrative, sustainable, and very smart. And you'll look very good when you do this. But of course, these pension funds do not have the capacity to verify any of these claims. And so they're left with the impression that this is a good investment for their workers and for their people. And when it comes to individual clients of TIAA, these investments are hidden behind a are hidden. You have no idea that your money is being put into these kinds of investments in farmland. TIAA also owns a lot of timberland, and they have various private equity investments in agribusiness corporations all along the food chain. They own fishing quota up in Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. They own thousands of acres of peach farms in South Carolina. They own industrial egg processing and almond processing factories and all kinds of other things. There's a lot of farm labor that's involved on the different farms and companies that they invest in. And there's no way for a client, a worker, to understand that this is where their funds are going. So we formed this coalition in order to do this, to educate the workers about and the clients about where these funds were going, and to even educate the company that this is where maybe you don't even understand the impact that these investments or this speculative activity, because they're not even really investing, they're taking, what is happening. So we launched petitions, letters, we've spoken at colleges and universities where many TIAA clients work. We've engaged professional academics on these issues to move through their own institutions of geographers, anthropologists, sociologists, etc., to bring up these issues with their colleagues and to engage with this company who's, the workers give a lot of trust to this financial company to manage their savings to ensure that they have a retirement. And university workers have really championed this and have pushed efforts forward. The faculty and staff at the University of Iowa, the state of Iowa is the heart of agribusiness, advanced a resolution at their university, challenging and calling on TIAA to not do this with their funds, and had overwhelming support. And these kinds of activities have really pushed TIAA and other companies to supposedly to address problems on the ground, but since we're unable to verify, it may just be fixing their image or trying to adjust their PR. And we have tried to also educate the public pension funds. Some of the organizations in our campaign, especially the European organizations and others in North America and Brazil, organized a fact-finding mission in 2017 to bring human rights experts down to Brazil to visit with communities, to see the impacts of these land deals, and then to go back to the governments, go back to the public pension systems and say, this is the evidence of what is happening. What are you doing to ensure that you are in accordance with your own human rights obligations to ensure that your financial flows are not contributing to human rights abuses abroad? And we've begun to do that with US public pension systems as well. But what we've learned is that particularly in the US, there is not that human rights infrastructure. There is not a legal political infrastructure to regulate and to hold financial companies accountable. So we have had to engage with policymakers to find ways to do this. And there's been, many different, small pieces of legislation which have been proposed, or ideas to tighten up this program or that program or this agency, but nothing that can really do what is needed to do. And it's very challenging in the US context, because the US has not signed or has not ratified the many human rights frameworks or instruments, including the ones that which govern the right to food, the right to land, the rights of peasants, and so forth. And it's also a challenge because the financial system does not want to be subject to human rights or to government regulation. They want to regulate themselves. And when it comes to ensuring that their, investments or that their financial activities are good, they want to be the ones who determine that with, as Jordan mentioned, their own principles for social responsibility, which are, written by them or by entities that they provide funding to. They want to use what's called ESG criteria, which stands for economic, social, and governance criteria, to rate investments and then only invest in the best ones. But again, these are not, the criteria is not available to public scrutiny or independent monitoring. So what we've learned, in fact, is that these farmland deals from TIA are rated very highly by ESG screening companies, and that if you were an investor, you would see this and say, well, this is a good idea. And it's not until this campaign brings stories and evidence of what is happening that investors don't know what to do. And suddenly they realize that they've entered into something that they don't know how to get out of, because it's very different to divest from a stock in a fossil fuel company. It's pretty easy. You can do it in a second. It's very hard to divest yourself from a piece of land you just acquired for hundreds of millions of dollars. And what we've also learned is that this rush to grab farmland by financial companies, and also timberland, as mentioned, and other investments, it's not just something like a fad or a trend or something that they now see as a lucrative investment. It's actually quite a bit bigger than that, we're learning, because this climate emergency has also created a legitimacy crisis for the financial industry. They are increasingly being the target for climate divestment campaigners, because the government is not acting. We need to also push on the private sector to get some movement on this crisis, and they're under a lot of pressure to move their money out of the industries, out of the sectors, out of the companies who have created this crisis. But of course, they don't want to do that, because it would jeopardize the status quo. It would jeopardize their own position, and it would create, a new world that they don't want. And instead, they have embraced the idea of achieving net zero, not zero, but net zero, which allows them to offset all the emissions they're responsible for. And what we've seen is that these offsets not only are very dubious in terms of limiting climate change and limiting carbon emissions, but are also extremely land intensive. And we've seen that they're already viewing their farmland, their timberland, as a potential source for these offsets to get them to net zero. And in fact, they've identified, going along with what Maria Luisa said, this colonial idea of empty land. They've said publicly, oh, there's 250 million acres of land in Brazil that needs to be reforested. And presumably, TIA or other actors can just grab that land, reforest it, get carbon offsets. No mention of communities, no mention of any kinds of complications or any kinds of obligations to the people living there. And it's an extremely, extremely problematic view that we're only going to be dealing with more over the next decade as we face this green grab, as Jordan mentioned. And lastly, I just want to say, this is important because everything that we're dealing with this campaign is what the UN Food Systems Summit, in this corporate sort of hijacking of it, is going to be promoting. False solutions around agricultural production, and this idea we need to continue to produce more, but through offsets, expensive corporate control technology, chemicals, artificial intelligence, mechanization, increasing globalization of our food system, as well as the problematic forms of governance, this corporate financial absentee ownership of land, and this idea that we don't need human rights. We can have corporations coming up with principles that they get to determine if they're adhering to somehow address, ethical concerns and make sure we're living well together. It's just not viable. And people that we've engaged in this campaign, regular people, workers, they don't want it either. They want dramatic change. And it's ironic that the institutions we trust to ensure our future as individuals, to ensure the futures of our families, are collectively destroying our future through these kinds of, crazy schemes and crazy deals. So we want everyone to get involved. This campaign can and will become bigger. We need to join forces, and you can join us at www.stoplandgrabs.org. And we have a new sign-on letter that if your organization can join, that would be wonderful. I think the link can go out in the chat if it hasn't already. And there will be other events next week, which we can also share in the chat, as well as a new publication to help drive more grassroots action on these issues and bring them to global policy spaces. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Tristan, for this really important insight into the multifaceted parts of this campaign and the international linkages. The website and sign-on letter that Tristan has mentioned are in the chat, and we will be dropping a link to the registration event that Tristan just mentioned during the upcoming break. I'm going to pass the floor to Maria Luisa for a very quick final word to close us out here today, and then we'll turn it over to Nettie for some wrap-up points for this panel. Maria Luisa, please.
Yes, I would like to point out that this type of speculation with farmland and we don't even like to call it an investment, because it's not about investing, it's about destruction. This also represents a risk for clients of TAA and other pension funds that are dealing with this type of destructive policies, because after a few years, what is happening is that the land is totally destroyed, the water sources are destroyed, biodiversity is destroyed, so the productivity in the land decreases, and it would be difficult for these corporations to sell the land. So that represents a risk for clients. So we need to advocate for public pension funds that are not based on financial markets, because financial markets are the opposite of stability, and workers need stability for the future, for their retirement plans. So this is not a safe asset. Farmland is not so-called a safe asset like they present. And, and also, for example, we all get concerned about the huge fires in the Amazon, for example. What is driving this? It's agribusiness, it's financial capital. So, I think it's not a complicated issue to understand, and we need to amplify the word about this and put more pressure in the UN system and governments and corporations. So, thank you again.
Thank you once again, Maria Luisa and Tristan, for your really valuable perspectives and insight into this trend and drawing these international connections and this clear call for solidarity across different regions and territories. So with that, we're going to close out the panel section and turn it over to our facilitator, Nettie Wiebe, to close out this section of our program. After Nettie's comments, we will transition to a short break, and then we will have our third panel later in the program. So stay with us, and Nettie, please take it away.
Well, thank you, all three of you, for this deep, rich, and very insightful and very informative dive into what's happening in the financial land grabbing landscape. I won't begin to summarize what you said, but let me just pull out a few things that stood out for me. One is that, as Maria Luisa emphasized, the investor in land and the industrial monocultural agenda there is enormously destructive in many ways, destructive of the communities, destructive of the environment. And it is, and I just want to say this as a footnote, often in the literature, we say that agriculture is contributing to climate change, and we should be careful about it. It's industrial agriculture that is driving climate change. That's the problem. And Maria's examples from Brazil make that perfectly clear. I want to say that Jordan's presentation on what's happening to farmers, aging farm populations, and the sort of corporate actors who are vultures in some ways, targeting those who are most vulnerable, is a very familiar story here in Canada, across North America. And it's not often here in our farm papers and in our policy discussions, it's not often named land grabbing, but it is indeed land grabbing. It's the financialization of land, commodification, and then the corporate investor grabbing of it. And let me just say that Tristan's exploration of how a pension fund and how these investors work, how opaque it is, how free of accountability, how hard it is to even understand, let alone hold them accountable, emphasizes for me how important this whole UN Food Systems Summit corporate grab is, because that's where, in these international fora, that's where that kind of accountability should be exercised, and that's where there should be some transparency. And that is, in fact, why this whole UN Food Systems Summit grabbing global governance is so lethal in on all of these fronts. It is, as Tristan said, just rife with crazy schemes in terms of our own futures and in terms of the future of small-scale farming, ecological health, and our own well-being across the world. So this was a rich and wonderful panel, and I must say, will warrant rewatching on the recording. We'll go now to a short music break, and then after that, we have another panel, Protecting the Sacred, Indigenous Food and Sea Sovereignty. So stay tuned.
Food sovereignty is the right of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agricultural systems. It puts those who produce, distribute, and consume food at the heart of food systems and policies, rather than the demands of markets and corporations.
Nous le faisons brique par brique, en vivant dans des cases construites à la main, dans le respect de la tradition locale et en consommant des aliments produits et préparés par la communauté de Sélingué. Nous avons baptisé notre démarche collective Nieleni, en hommage à une légendaire paysanne malienne qui nous a inspirés une femme qui a remarquablement cultivé les terres pour nourrir les siens. La souveraineté alimentaire nous donne l'espoir et le pouvoir de préserver, de récupérer et développer notre savoir et capacité de production alimentaire. Elle représente une stratégie de résistance et de démantèlement du commerce entrepreneurial et du régime alimentaire actuel.
Los gobiernos y los pueblos tienen derecho a proteger su agricultura y los indígenas, campesinos, pastores, pescadores, tienen derecho a seguir siendo lo que son y a que su actividad productiva sea una actividad digna.
On September 23rd, the United Nations will hold a food system summit in New York. Under the guise of the UN system and despite sleight-of-hand language about equal opportunities, this summit represents a hostile takeover of world governance by corporate forces and the billionaire elite. Today, social movements are standing up for democracy and against big capital's devastation of our lands, farms, and communities. This is Camila Escalante reporting for Via Campesina North America. The United Nations is based on the idea of multilateralism, where states seek peaceful solutions on the basis of equality and respect, replacing the colonialist institutions that preceded it. That's why for decades, the United States government has pushed for things like G7 and NATO forms of control over geopolitics. As far-right governments have pulled back from multilateral institutions like the UN and the WHO, corporate actors have been moving in. the World Economic Forum and its president Klaus Schwab have silently pushed forward the Davos agenda, now repackaged as the Great Reset, a vast proposal replacing traditional multilateral institutions with secretive, unaccountable bodies run by corporations and the wealthy elite. The multi-stakeholder capitalism model is based on the idea that public institutions are by nature inefficient. During the neoliberal shock therapy of the 1990s, the World Economic Forum pushed the idea that corporations are more than just profit-seeking vehicles, that they could be socially responsible. Now Davos would argue that transnational corporations are social actors, which needed to be included to make decision-making truly democratic. La Via Campesina is possibly the world's largest social movement, made up of 200 million small farmers, peasants, farm workers, and indigenous peoples. It has popularized the idea of food sovereignty as the right of peoples to control and defend their own food systems using healthy agroecological methods. After years battling against free trade agreements in the World Bank in the streets of Seattle, Cancun, and Seoul, La Via Campesina made an incursion into institutional politics, helping to draft and carry the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants through 18 years of negotiations until it was passed by the UN General Assembly in December 2018.
Assembly now voting on Draft Resolution 3 entitled United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas.
The result of the vote is as follows. Draft Resolution 3 is therefore adopted.
This declaration protects the right of rural people to access land, water, seeds, and other resources in order to produce their own food and that of their society. Worldwide, 70% of food is produced by small farmers, who use only 1/4 of total farmland. Meanwhile, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation created the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, or AGRA, in 2006. AGRA promised to double yields and incomes for 30 million families, while cutting food insecurity by half in 13 African countries by 2020. Over the ensuing decade, AGRA collected nearly $1 billion in donations and spent nearly $524 million on programs promoting the use of genetically modified and hybrid seeds, commercial fossil fuel-based fertilizers, and chemical pesticides. As a formidable corporate lobby, AGRA pushed governments in Africa into contributing another $1 billion annually to subsidize agrochemicals and imported seeds sourced from U.S. and European agribusiness corporations, as well as policies to privatize communal lands and reduce taxes on corporations.
The Rockefeller Foundation is announcing today the commitment of another $180 million.
After 14 years of mega philanthropy's knee on the neck of Africa, a 2020 Tufts University report showed that in AGRA's 13 focus countries, hunger had jumped 30%, as farmers were pushed to abandon nutritious, traditional polycultures to focus on monoculture fields of imported corn seed. Opposition to AGRA's corporate takeover of the African countryside is part of what drove La Via Campesina and farmers across the continent to demand a place at the table in UN debates about food. After the World Food Crisis in 2008, the UN Committee on World Food Security was reorganized to allow social actors such as La Via Campesina to participate as non-voting delegates in debates about food policy. 3 consecutive UN Special Rapporteurs on the right to food have largely endorsed La Via Campesina's proposals. Redistributive land reform and agroecological farming can end hunger while dramatically reducing agriculture's contribution to problems like greenhouse gas accumulation in the atmosphere, pollinator population decline, and freshwater scarcity.
Secretary General, floor is yours, and welcome to Davos.
Thank you very much. It needs to be a multilateralism in which not only states are part of the system, but we need to make sure that we bring together into this multilateral system the voice and the influence of the business community.
Thank you very much.
In June of 2019, the Office of the UN General Secretary, without previous discussion in the General Assembly or in any other intergovernmental process, signed a strategic partnership with the World Economic Forum. The Secretary General is supposed to be the world's leading advocate for multilateralism, the idea at the core of the UN. Instead, he has effectively endorsed multi-stakeholderism, the core idea of the Great Reset.
In short, we need a great reset.
Your Royal Highness, Professor Schwab, I send you my warmest greetings and best wishes on the launch of the Great Reset.
The upcoming UN Food System Summit was initiated through a partnership with the World Economic Forum, with limited participation of other UN bodies, such as the Food and Agriculture Organization or the Committee on World Food Security that traditionally handle food policies. In contrast to previous food summits, there was no intergovernmental body that convened the summit. The current president of AGRA, Agnes Kalibata, was named as special envoy to the summit, a clear sign of the hand of the Gates Foundation. The lack of transparency and corporate agenda of the summit were denounced in an open letter signed by over 500 civil society organizations in March of 2020.
To salute the leadership shown by the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and his special envoy, Agnes Kalibata, who have so brilliantly mobilized the world in the run-up to this first-of-its-kind summit. The aim is to join the dots between the investors and genuinely investable projects. And I see the food production sector as offering a range of incredible investment opportunities.
The summit will try to erase the last 15 years of progress in recognizing human rights in food systems and instead promote false solutions like zero net emissions, soil carbon pricing, and a new deal for nature that in practice put more control over land, biosecurity, and water in the hands of elite and secretive bodies run by corporations.
Nous croyons justement en la souveraineté alimentaire. Nous croyons justement à une méthode d'agroécologie. Nous croyons aussi pour une méthode de l'agriculture familiale et l'agriculture paysanne.
We will not let big business, those who created the environmental crisis,
co-opt our language or write our future.
Farm workers, migrant workers, and small-scale agroecological farmers.
Farm workers, migrant workers, and small-scale agroecological farmers feed our people and build the movement to change the world.
El movimiento campesino se une a nivel mundial contra la captura corporativa que promueve el agronegocio.
Hey, yeah. Out in the country.
Hey, what's up? Thank you to everyone who's been speaking. Thank you for this opportunity for us to perform for y'all today. We're the Cultures of the Mixed People. We're a band set out to speak out on Black liberation and to show up through the lens of mixed race identity. And here we are, just talking about food sovereignty and wanting to, just through this song called "When Will We Get to Live," addressing that question that I feel applies to so many all over the world, and I hope that this resonates with y'all. This was inspired by a shooting that happened last year in 2020, where a young assailant showed up with an AK-47 who happened to be white and got a free pass from the police to potentially open fire on civilians. And he did fire into the crowd, and it's just awful what people can get away with in this modern day and age. And I sort of ask the question: when will we get to live? When will we, as people of color, when will we, as Black and Indigenous people, get to live and get to have the same great level of self-determination and freedom? So I hope this resonates with y'all. Yeah.
When will we get to live? 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 We got a right to live. 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 He gets to live when our brothers and sisters are dying. He gets to live when our mothers and fathers are crying. Though we tell the truth, they keep on lying. They get to live. When will we get to live? Tired of the scraps, screaming and scraping our knees, breaking our backs while breaking barriers just to receive meager samples of what should feel like victory. Yet the moment we step just an inch out of line, they define the way we get to live. We don't have to keep giving them permission as they gaslight and denigrate and steal our volition. Oh, we hold the power and we hold the ambition. We got a right to live. We got a right to live. Will it look like white suburbia turned to condos and skyscrapers? Bulldozers to the Bezos house, recycle what's left for paper. Turning that paper into currency, turning the dreams to vapor. The day we get to live, oh, when will we get to live? 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 Oh, we got a right to live. We've 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 got a right to We've got a right to live. We've got a right to live. We've got a right to live.
Awesome. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
corporate capture of food systems is not new. It's been building up since the 1990s with the introduction of neoliberal policies, privatization, opening markets, withdrawing state support to agriculture in the global south, and of course with the WTO and the agreement on agriculture, which has food as a commodity for export rather than a human right.
Ces derniers 2 décennies, depuis 2007-2008, la crise alimentaire, les mouvements sociaux, la société civile s'est éveillée. Il a même introduit la FAO, il a introduit le comité. Et donc, il a organisé ce mécanisme actuel dont on parle. Et ça, de toute façon, on n'en veut pas. Les multinationales, les sociétés transnationales n'en veulent pas parce qu'elle est contre-force, contre-pouvoir. Et elles veulent affaiblir, stopper cette avance de ces mouvements sociaux. C'est ça, on comprend un peu ça. On sait très bien que nous sommes dans une situation où il faut organiser plus, où il faut parler entre nous plus. Et je répète toujours que si un continent, une région va faire beaucoup d'efforts, beaucoup plus que les autres, c'est l'Afrique qui devrait le faire.
It's important to underline that corporations would never have attained the degree of concentration and power they have without the complicity of government.
How is it that our governments can go against their own decisions, as exemplified by this so-called common position by the African Union regarding the Food Systems Summit? And this is one key concern that we are asking in our common letter to the states. Our feeling, as explained in the letter, is that there's a small group in the AU that is driving this action.
This position portrays a captured AU, tying our futures to the global economy based on extraction, ecocide, inequalities, and exploitation of our peoples and our resources.
The key actor in this movement has been the World Economic Forum, which groups the world's most powerful multinationals, along with philanthrocapitalist foundations like Gates. Its recipe for what it calls progress is simple: technological innovation, digitalization, investment, and a narrow concept of science-based knowledge that excludes the wisdom of peasants, women, indigenous peoples.
Eu sei. Yeah. Obrigada, Mateus. Temos visto com preocupação os nossos governos assinarem memorandos de entendimento, assinarem com companhias e vindo às nossas comunidades, devastando as nossas terras. Primeiro nos expulsam, tiram-nos das nossas terras, das nossas machambas, e nos colocam em zonas sem nenhuma condição de produção alimentar, muitas vezes zonas secas e sem água. Como jovens, nós estamos aqui a chamar a atenção aos nossos governos e queremos dizer isto aqui neste encontro, que nós negamos e denunciamos estes acordos e estes posicionamentos que os chefes de Estados africanos e os governos têm estado a fazer, porque primeiro não nos representam, nós não nos sentimos parte deste processo.
All small-scale food producers, including indigenous peoples, women, and workers, continue to be marginalized and excluded from decision-making processes in their countries. But what they call public participation by citizens, we actually call it cherry-picking participation by those invited by the government and corporations. It is through this system of cherry-picking participation that has sold our heritage, our land, our national resources, and our souls to corporations.
All right, should I get us started on the next panel? Hi, everybody. My name is Estefania. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm here to have the honor to facilitate the panel about what is sacred and protecting Indigenous food and the sea for food sovereignty. And we have three wonderful guests. Something to just, resonate with what's been shared so far. I feel very moved by a lot of what's been said today. And right now we have the opportunity in this panel to talk about the new frontier of the biotech industry, which we see as being the genetically modification of animals. And so, we've already seen the privatization of land and healthcare and seeds, and now what we see is the privatization of animals. And so genetically engineered salmon has been, is the first animal designed for human consumption. And three of our panelists here today have a lot to say about that. And so also resonating a lot with the folks in Brazil, GE salmon was approved for sale in Brazil this year. And so that's one issue to pay attention to very closely, since there's a lot of happening in Brazil right now, and a lot of direct assault to Indigenous people's rights happening right now in the Amazon especially. I was creeped out by the King's words of investment in fruit production in that video that we saw. And I think, a lot of what we're going to speak today is to speak kind of on the other side of the commodification of food and really bring to life all these topics. And so I wanted to invite John briefly. Thank you so much for your music. John, you just played. I wanted to invite you just briefly to share a little bit about the Block Corporate Salmon campaign, and then we'll just get started.
For sure. Yeah. Excited to be here in two capacities, in music and talking about this important campaign. So the Block Corporate Salmon campaign is a fairly new campaign to a very long fight in one, protecting salmon, but also fighting against genetically engineered salmon, which shouldn't even be called salmon. It's just a frankenfish is how we refer to it. Yeah, and it's a fight we've joined in. Huge shout outs to Community Alliance for Global Justice. They've been working with several folks who see themselves as salmon people in uplifting this fight, and we're joining that energy. But also shout outs to all the Indigenous folks who've been resisting the colonialism, like corporate takeover of their land and their being, and we're just another chapter in this long fight. And what we've been doing, there's a company, Akubani, who's trying to make this frankenfish happen in the U.S., and we're just making sure that they know we won't let it happen. We've gotten hundreds of companies at this point to say that they're going to boycott frankenfish. We have tens of thousands of people who are saying that they boycott frankenfish, and if you and we're just trying to raise the energy to get more people knowing that that this could be happening if we don't resist it. And yeah, and I don't want to take away from our speakers today. I just want to shout out this campaign. Anyone and everyone can and should be a part of it. And we have I'm sure someone will be putting some links in the chat as to how you can sign up to get more involved. But all that aside, I want to pass it back to Stefania to introduce our speakers and have them be who you hear about as to why we all need to be joining this struggle.
Thank you so much, John. It's been wonderful to get to know a lot of folks through this campaign and work together. As a young person growing up in Ecuador, understanding these big international markets and how that impacted my country, my family, and my upbringing, influenced everything that I chose to do in my life afterwards. And a lot of this work to me now is healing the generational trauma my family and my body has been through as a result of these constant threats to our cultures that comes from the bigger economic, the economic dependency of these bigger colonial systems historically and throughout time. And so I have learned so much through this campaign myself, and felt so honored to learn from people, especially the folks here. And so I'll just introduce the panelists real quick. I'll introduce Carl first. Carl Wasley. I've gotten to know Carl over the last 2 years doing this. And Carl, you'll hear from him. He's a salmon person, he's Yupik, and I've gotten to hear a lot of his experience organizing against the fossil fuel industry throughout this time. Morgan, I've gotten to know you more recently, but Morgan organizes also with Uprooted and Rising, especially the campaign to protect Mauna Kea, which is a sacred mountain to Native Hawaiians that is being threatened right now by scientists essentially that want to build a 30-meter telescope on top of this mountain that would contaminate with mercury a lot of the rivers around. And so it's definitely a food sovereignty issue. Morgan is also organizing the film festival Poisoning Paradise, which is a documentary that everybody should watch. It has to do a lot to do with the fight against GE and pesticides. And Valerie is a big voice in the fight against GE salmon. We've learned so much from you. The other day I was with someone that said that you're known as the native nutritionist. And I've learned a lot from that, actually, from videos on YouTube that you've made. It's been so lovely to feel inspired by your work to do this. Valerie is a native nutritionist and recently was the regional director for Native Food and Knowledge Systems in the Native American Agricultural Fund. And so I welcome you all. And with this first question, the name of this panel is Protecting the Sacred. And so the first question is just, can you tell us what that means to you? And we can start with Valerie and then Morgan, if you'd like to follow up with after Valerie, and Carl, you can close us out. So it's just the first question. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you everybody for joining. I am very encouraged by the amount of participants that are in here, and I'm getting texts from my sweet friend Buck. Hi Buck, saying hi. I was really trying to find my words about this question in particular this morning because it's so rich. You know, for Coast Salish people, my people, our foods are more than just resources and commodities. They are our relatives and our greatest teachers. And that means that, you know, for a Coast Salish person, when we are actively on the land, fishing our rivers and in pursuit of wild game and harvesting and collecting medicines with good intention and thought and prayer, we are being actively engaged in our traditional foodways, and that shapes our culture in so many ways. And it feeds us more than just, you know, my training is in nutrition, but which, you know, distills everything down into nutrients and biochemicals and, you know, numbers on a plate. But really, people, what I see happening more and more in our world these days, with so much polarization and so many, it's that polarization just seems to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger, that we have to find a way to get back to a crux of life. How do we get back to the center? And for us, that means being active on the landscape. That means getting our hands in the dirt and spending time with our teachers that are waiting for us just right outside the door, and who teach us every single day without even using a spoken word. I think about the teachings of the Salmon people and how they ceremoniously return to the rivers every single year, and how they've done this, you know, that this is their ancestral rivers, and they go out and have this awesome odyssey in the sea, collecting minerals and building their rich, nutrient-rich bodies, and then they return and they demonstrate for us what it means to be committed to life eternal, that they will bloody their heads against dams to get through. They will swim all the way up into the high mountain meadows to give their life for the next generation. And for Coast Salish people, we see that as an act of generosity and kindness and love and abundance for the future. And we ask ourselves how we also can live a life that rich. That is what it means to be a teacher, and to teach without a spoken word, by just animating that in your life. And so I feel like in the field of nutrition, we need to be fed in those ways. And in our language, which I'm not claiming to be a big language speaker. I'm working on that this year. We have a term called Kwiat Siaya, which means in English, it's hard to translate, but it's distilled down to something like sacred friendship. And that's what I think of when I think of our foods and our medicines and our healing system. And that when we really want to stand on the right side of our healing story, we become active advocates for those great teachers who don't have a voice in our world. So I'll shut up now.
Thank you so much, Valerie. That really struck me, the right side of our healing story. I find that especially with young people, you know, trying to find a place to fight, you know, I was born in a city. I didn't choose in a really busy city. And so now I have to reframe, you know, how I approach nature, how I approach, you know, things that weren't as accessible to me, and understand, you know, everything from that lens, and open up my learnings to the world. So thank you. Morgan, talking about young people, would you like to tell us what protecting the sacred means to you?
Yeah, out of respect to the elders on the panel, I was asking if Carl could speak before and then if that's fine. Yeah, I would just like to hear what Carl has to say.
Well, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. Would you like me to go next then, Morgan? Is that correct? Yeah, absolutely. First of all, my name, Angutagayak Angutak Mupik from the north, which is circumpolar Arctic is where I'm from. And currently I'm in Potawatomi territory on the freshwater coast here of Turtle Island, also known as North America. The freshwater coast is where I'm currently at. So I wanted to recognize I'm a traditional Potawatomi and Anishinaabe territories. So that's the first thing I wanted to share. You know, when we're talking about protecting the sacred, I want to make sure that I give time also for the translations. I think what Valerie said was critically important about reconnecting ourselves, because that's the basic power of Mother Earth. She's got the most creative force that connects us all to our relatives, and some of our relatives include the air, the moon, the stars, the sun, and all that exists between the center of where we're at, the center of Earth, and the center of the universe. We call that creative force in our language, Shamua. But that sacredness is all around us, as Valerie said too. And we don't have to use English language to explain that. we have a pretty old language, but so part of the reconnecting the sacred as is a healing process because of colonization. We were all born on this planet into this system of separation, not only from us from the land, but also that separation of our spiritual practices and our medicines. And so reconnecting to those is a powerful force, connects us to the powerful forces of Mother Earth, of nature. And so when we're looking at what I do personally is on a consistent basis to challenge some of these large forces that like say these companies, but it's all part of a system. So reconnecting to the land is the most powerful thing. So I'm going circular to the final question, but it connects to the first question: what is it sacred? So that's what I would like to say. And yeah, bless you. Thank you, elders. Thank you for listening in. And yeah, we've got a lot of healing to do. And in that process, let's do it together. So that's what's sacred to me. Thank you. Go ahead, Morgan.
Escalade, thank you for that. Net Diponi Hopiyan Matua, Net Morgan Timichi Pahan Matua, Net Bat Nut Wungwa, Net Lasang Nev Mana, Ina Terry Dennis, Itana Michael Timichi, Nakwang Pelongwa. Good. I just want to introduce myself in my native tongue. I am, like Valerie, reclaiming my ancestral language. And so Nakwang Talongwa means beautiful, the sun is rising beautifully. And my Hopi name was given to me as Sacred Bundle. And my English name is Morgan Timichi. I am from the Pumpkin Clan, from Masungnavi, which is which is at Hopi, which Hopi is located in northern Arizona. My mother is Terry Dennis, and my father is the late Michael Timichi. I'm calling from, I'm an uninvited guest right now. I'm calling in from Lishan Ohlone territory, which is also known as San Francisco, California. And I'm very honored to be speaking alongside you both, Carl and Valerie. I just want to mention that. Protecting the sacred to me are part of my sacred instructions that have been passed on to me by my soul, which means grandmother in Hopi. And that is, we are stewards of the land. And so what does that mean? You know, as a Hopi woman existing in 2021, this has been like a lifelong battle for myself, but it's a part of the healing, right? The collective healing that needs to be done. For me, it means finding the balance of surviving in today's world and living in accordance with our ceremonial calendar. You know, they are this sacred are the prayers and the songs and the stories, the dances and ceremonies we do to live in harmony with the world around us and beyond. Sacred is what connects me to the past and everything my ancestors did for me to be here to speak right now, while also connecting me to the future generations by continuing to sing the songs of creation and moving with the next 7 generations in mind. You know, defending the sacred is what brought me to begin organizing with the UC Divas TMT campaign. You know, they're working to end the University of California's involvement in the construction of a 30-meter telescope that is planned to be built on the most sacred mountain to Native Hawaiians. An elder of mine and I were made aware of this atrocity when we saw news of 30 kapuna, which in Native Hawaiian means elder, were arrested on Mauna Kea for peacefully protecting their sacred aina from further desecration by construction, which was all done without the consent of Native Hawaiians, you know. I understood the sacredness of this mauna as I remember as a little girl, my soul taking me up to San Francisco peaks in northern Arizona to protect what was sacred to not only our tribe, but to many other tribes throughout Arizona. You know, and because of what happened at San Francisco peaks is what really pushed me to, stand with my relatives out at Mauna Kea, because greed and power over humanity, time and time again, it just it hurts us. And yeah, I'll end there. I'll end there.
Thank you so much for sharing, Morgan. Morgan has been coming to some of our meetings for Black Corporate Salmon, and it's been really inspiring to see your energy and to work on this festival together with you. So keep posted, because Morgan is doing some good work. So I wanted to ask y'all the second question, which is essentially, this whole Counter Summit is happening because of the corporate takeover of the UN Food Systems Summit. And, plainly put, is just this summit that the UN is hosting is essentially a gathering of corporations that are trying to decide a lot of things for a lot of us around the world. And so the question is, how do you see this play out? The corporate takeover of our food systems where you live or in your region, and feel free to include your reaction to genetically engineered salmon in that. But where do you see this in your own experience? And we can maybe go around the same order: Valerie, Carl, and Morgan.
The first thing that came to mind, and I've been thinking about this question for a while, but today, for some reason, just now, was really thinking about what happened to our food supply chain, which was nearly catastrophized last year. And it really didn't matter if you were what socioeconomic status you were. You went to the grocery store and basic staples weren't there. And it was really, I think, a wake-up call in the moment for everyone to not be able to go get their favorite cut of meat at the local Fred Meyer's or whatever is your supermarket. And suddenly all of my food systems colleagues and friends became essential workers. We were all trying to figure out how to get food to people. I was at the time working with some of the Navajo chapters across all 4 states who were grantees for the organization I used to work for. And I would hear the shrill in their voices around, trying to get basic staples into their households, driving 3 hours one way to find bare shells. And then going back home in that same amount of time and returning the next day to do it. And often along the way, finding out that they'd been laid off from their only jobs. So we have a real issue in this country. And the most, I guess, sort of frustrating piece of it to me is that we continue to move towards a system that is actually very fragile and doesn't adequately, doesn't provide a life for people to live a life of dignity, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. And that Native people, the first people of this land, have had vast trading systems and food systems routes for a millennia, since time began. They are intricate. They trade, people in my territory would go to the east side of the mountains just because they had a hankering for wind-dried salmon. Their taste buds are so refined, they could tell you the exact stream or a fish was harvested from, or the landscape where a certain wild game might have been harvested from. So to know a food system that well is so incredibly rich. It's just this untapped potential that we have answers, to the needs of infrastructure and food supply chains in this country, but time and time again are not invited to inside the country club to be able to share our knowledge. And so people this time are really, I think, transitioning into a time where we all see that need to fill that space and to share what we know, because we have answers. But anyways, this is, genetically engineered salmon is just another example of discrediting traditional ecological knowledge the intellectual property and cultural property of Native people. And we don't even really like to consider it property because, as I said in the answer to the first question, these are our relatives and our greatest teachers, but somebody's got to, also be a good friend. And that's where we see ourselves in the system. But it's just this like long history, embedded American cultural patterns to discredit the depth of knowledge and wisdom that Native people hold, which is too, honestly, if we aren't part of the solution, it will continue to be detrimental to the future. And that is what, I think outside of ourselves, we really truly care about, and why we are showing up to spaces like this, for just one example. So, Carl, sorry, I feel like I'm rambling today. I need some warrior tea.
No, you're great. Thank you so much for everything you shared. I think the response during COVID really brought out who are the essential workers, what is essential in a time like this. I think in my community, a lot of us queers, people of color, were the ones to respond to the emergencies in our community. And that actually, it just brought out, who was already working on things before, who was responding to their communities, and then this is an opportunity for people to join and see what the most essential things of life are, and food is paramount to that. And so thank you so much for sharing that. It's very 2021 context of how we respond to our communities and connect the dots there. Carl, go ahead.
So I think that Valerie covered it pretty well. Within the global context, it's from an indigenous perspective, most of the Earth's biodiversity that's left, that is in the hands of indigenous peoples that haven't been subjected to this monolithic types of agriculture that are perpetuating genocide with the ecocide. So the traditional agricultural practices of indigenous peoples are holistic. We don't separate one species from another. And so when we're talking about salmon or salmon people, it encompasses the entire northern hemisphere. There's only a few places left that are under indigenous occupation that where that culture continues to protect and provide for not only the region but now the whole world. And there's some challenges because of the legal and colonial system and the neo-colonial food systems are so invasive that it's actually causing one of the root causes of climate change. So when we're looking at melting sea ice and massive fishing fleets, as well as pollution from agro businesses on this whole planet, so on every single continent is suffering as the result of these food systems, inequalities, and human rights abuses. The ones most assaulted are women, children, but also indigenous peoples of color, and those most vulnerable, disabled, as trans, people that don't fit within the colonial mode of control and power. So as a response, taking back our power is the power of the people, and also recognizing that agroecology and the agroforestry, which is kind of Western way of talking about traditional practices, indigenous practices that are essential for our survival, but also restorative to the planet. The roots in the soil can collect as much carbon in a biodiverse system. So indigenous peoples do hold the most creative forces at this time to be able to protect our families and our systems. So family systems, from my perspective, are not always just about people and humans, but it includes the birds, animals, even the fungus underneath in the soil. So this attack is affecting us all. And I wanted to just give a shout out to also to folks on other continents that might be tuning in. I know that we're in a virtual system, and so it's difficult to relay. And I also wanted to recognize our translators. So thank you very much. But we're in solidarity. Viva people's power. Viva the power of people. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Carl. Yes, to solidarity across the globe. I feel very seen by this event because it is, it's putting a lot of what I lived in my home country in the context of what we're doing here. I appreciate your comments, Carl. Morgan, would you like to tell us how you see the corporate takeover play out where you are?
Yeah, thank you for that, Carl. So a part of my current position with UNR is to raise awareness of this very issue. And at the same time, just like Carl mentioned, remind the people that we have the power to change these systems with our power of choice. I like to tell, my sacred circle, like educate to eradicate, like free yourselves from this conditioning, the system that we're conditioned to, live in. Because at the end of the day, nature will survive with and without us. And so it comes back to our relationship with the land. I think, Valerie and Carl both spoke on, there's this like division, this separateness that we're born into. And, it just, the division and the separateness, you could see it in relationships to our food systems. We don't have there's a lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity, in my opinion, it creates intention. Intent when you're going to go and pick your food or grow your food. You want to have a good heart. You want to have a good mind. Something that was taught to me early on by my father, he would take us to the field. I grew up off the reservation as well, and the Hopi reservation, the Hopi land. And but any chance my father could get, he would take us out to Hopi, like during the summers, and just plant. And Hopis are known to be dry farmers, and we plant corn to survive. And when we're planting, he tells us, these are, when we put the seeds in, to like have a good heart, and so that, we have food to feed the people and nourish us beyond, beyond this harvesting season. And also my uncles and my soul, like they tell me, the corn are our children. And so we have to take care of the corn, right? We have to take care of our children, because just as Mother Earth sustains us, from when we're brought into this world, some indigenous cultures bury the umbilical cord with Mother Earth. It's this reciprocity that's been lost in translation. And I just wanted to share that specifically with the work that I'm helping I'm helping to coordinate a virtual film festival featuring Poisoning Paradise. And I just wanted to add a little context to the film and how it aims to reveal how corporate interest is in opposition to people and the land's interest. This is actually a little excerpt, a little synopsis of the film from the website itself. It's in an attempt to diversify an economy that was overly reliant on tourism. Policymakers in both Hawaii and Washington, D.C. encouraged the world's largest biotech companies to utilize Kauai's favorable climate and fertile soil to test genetically engineered seeds and crops. Corporations including Syngenta, Pioneer DuPont, and Dow AgroSciences have since applied hundreds of tons of restricted use pesticides on thousands of acres across Garden Island's west side, the traditional homeland of an indigenous and disenfranchised population. It goes on to say that as champions of a grassroots movement to make Kauai County Bill 2491 law, local activists battle political corruption, corporate bullying, and systematic concealment by the agrochemical industry. In this film, which I encourage, I invite you to join us in this virtual film festival. You'll see a scene where it's clear that these chemicals are hurting the people and the land. And just like Carl said, the most marginalized women, children are being, they reap all of these, harms. And just by living next to these next to these testing fields. And so there's a scene in this film where it clearly shows that, these multi-billionaire like agrochemical, companies are in politicians' pockets essentially, and it's clear when communities organize together and they take the democratic approach, the democratic legislative approach of like, oh, we got to, organize together and get all of these policymakers because we voted for them to represent us. It's not reflective, and you see it with the UN, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Morgan, for describing all of that and describing the food system of your people. So I think now we're gonna just start wrapping up. And the question to wrap up is just, what is something that you hope that people listening in today would take away from today? And where can people follow your work? Feel free to include any shout outs you want that you haven't gotten a chance to include yet. I'll say one thing that I left in almost the taste in my mouth was your description, Valerie, of like traditional, the refined taste that comes from tradition, really understanding your food system, I think is what you said. That really struck me and stayed with me. What about you all? And maybe we can go the opposite way this time and have Valerie close us out. Again. So Morgan, Carl, and Valerie. So just what you're hoping people take away and where to find your work.
Yeah, so I want to share this prayer for people to take away. And a little bit of context to this prayer, it's actually a Hopi prayer for peace that Hopi elders tried to deliver to the United Nations in 1978. And, they had gone multiple times to the United Nations to try and warn them, like, if, look, like, we got to take care of the land, we got to do better, like, we got to be in better relationship to each other. And they were just trying to relay the Hopi prophecy to the United Nations, to the world leaders. And the door was never open to, to my Hopi elders. And so I want to share their prayer now. And I'm really grateful to have this opportunity too. So It's a Hopi prayer for peace, and it's translated in English, so bear with me. And I'm grabbing this from where I found the source, which I can link in the comments to watch the full video of how I learned about this. So a Hopi prayer for peace, great spirit and all unseen. This day we pray and ask you for guidance. Humbly, we ask you to help us and fellow men to have recourse to peaceful ways of life because of uncontrolled deceitfulness by humankind. Help us all to love, not hate one another. We ask you, excuse me, we ask you to be seen in an image of love and peace. Let us be seen in beauty, the colors of the rainbows. We respect our mother, the planet, and our cornfields. With our loving care, from her breast, we receive our nourishment. Let us not listen to the voices of the two-hearted, the destroyers of mind, the haters of self-made leaders, whose lust for power and wealth will lead us into confusion and darkness. Seek visions always of world beauty, not violence, not battlefields. It is our duty to pray always for harmony between man and earth, so that the earth will bloom once more. Let us show our emblem of love and goodwill for all life and land. Pray for the house of glass, which we refer to as the United Nations. Pray for within it our minds clear and pure as ice and mountain streams. Pray for the great leaders of nations in the house of Micah who, in their own quiet ways, help the earth in balance. Together with all nations, we hold this world in balance. This is from Hopi elders of Hopewell, village of Hopewell. And yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you everyone for having me and joining me.
Thank you, Morgan. It was a very powerful prayer. Thank you for sharing that. I can feel it still in my heart. And I want everybody to reflect on what they're feeling right now, because I think that prayer is very powerful, especially on the directive of the elders upon the United Nations to transform their ways. And I in that same context, I also, want to recognize our elders that have passed before us. One of my great grandmothers, I call her Auntie Rita because of our Yupik traditions, and she was part of a delegation about a decade ago that went to the Vatican with 13 other grandmothers, including from around the world. These are indigenous grandmothers that were going to the Vatican to challenge the papal bulls, like the doctrine of discovery. So I know that there's somebody from Italia said that. Hello, but that's important to recognize also our elders in this fight and those that have passed before us to give us that strength. And so I know that the takeaways are to continue to reconnect to our traditional ways as indigenous peoples, but also to continue those values of sharing and it's a challenge because we have these corporate systems that are so invasive. So those prayers are really important. And thank you for sharing that, Morgan. I think that just for folks reflecting, I appreciate that. I definitely would want to acknowledge the emotions that also came out of me, and honoring our elders, and thank you for that. I wanted to also, the other takeaway is not just the individual connection to the land and our ancestors and the spirits around us, but it's that those that are conscious and making conscious and those that are aware continue gathering together, and in that strength we can overcome these other powerful forces that are preventing us from moving from accessing the land, our spiritual ways with the plants and animals and the skies. I mean, our atmosphere is also important because of what's happening with the colonization of the atmosphere. So in this technology that is in the fight on technology, let's also work together for sovereignty of the air between where we walk on this earth to the moon. There's millions of pieces of pieces of satellites. So satellites are important. Thank you. And that's what I wanted to say. So I think that, you know, we've got the power of the people and continue this beautiful work that everybody's doing to challenge the corporate powers. Go ahead, Valerie. Thank you.
Thank you for Morgan. What a beautiful prayer. I really appreciate that today. I needed those words to fuel and really center the work and why we're here. It's a good reminder to, you know, I think we've talked a lot about, I've heard beautiful things from Carl and Morgan as well. Carl, the holistic knowledge quotes are incredible. I was trying to write them down to make sure I could be really succinct. And Morgan, educate to eradicate. How beautiful is that? Those are some takeaways I'm taking with me today. And also just feel a real strong need to remind everybody, you know, I think the people who are sort of attracted to this kind of work have so much fire and heart-centered intention around addressing these issues, which is beautiful and so needed. And also to remember to take care of yourself, you know. I think we can burn out really fast and make ourselves you're burning the candle at both ends, and that just leads you quicker into disease. I was, you know, really several years ago learned about adverse childhood experiences and you know, trying to think of my own children, and started going down the rabbit hole of things like epigenetics and how when the environment changes, our genetics changes. And also that's not just like a prescription to hold. It's our opportunity to remember that we have a need to advocate for these things, and also demonstrate for our next generation how to manage stress and take care of ourselves so that they have a true chance at decreasing incidences of diabetes and heart disease and cancers and all the things that are global health issues. And so I really wanted to, you know, to say I'm so inspired by being in this space with so many people today who are all carrying that torch. But I also want everyone to remember to take good care of themselves and operate always from a place of love, that when we're too stuck in the past and too stuck in the future and not really celebrating and acknowledging the moment of now, we're missing the opportunity to be mindful and have reciprocal relationships with the world around us. And so be kind to yourself and practice some gratitude so we can all also feel a balance between all the things that are wrong in the world and then all the things that are right, that we are doing right. And so I love you all, and take good care of yourself. You're precious and you're worth it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all three of you. What an honor to have this conversation with you all. Thank you, Valerie, for that reminder. I think definitely the pandemic has put, you know, a lot of our personal relationships at the center. And so that hits home for me as well. Thank you all so much. One shout out that I wanted to give out is taking this opportunity to invite everybody here to support the Black Corporate Salmon campaign. One action that you can take is, John, if you can help me with the link on the chat. We would love to hear from you. It's a very easy form that we made, but it's a form that we're passing out to collect either pictures or videos of people in support of the boycott, in support of wild salmon and wild salmon cultures and salmon people, and in opposition to GE salmon. And so the link that John posted on the chat is the link. Please fill it out. You heard this whole story. We would love to hear what you thought and get your support. And please pass it around. We'll be, putting out some graphics later, but we hope this would be an opportunity to engage all of you all here. So I'll pass it back to John now so that he can introduce Denisa, who's going to talk about the native seeds legislation. Thank you all so much.
All right, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who just spoke. And I hope that energy from that past panel helps you resonate with Denisa and what she's going to share about the Native Seeds Protection Act and why we need to be rallying behind it to help support this legislation. So I'll say Denisa Livingston is incredible person. She is a Diné community health advocate and an unapologetic food justice organizer, heirloom food grower, and Ashoka Fellow. And also the Slow Food International Indigenous Counselor of the Global North. And I'll let Denisa take it away from there and share about the Native Seeds Protection Act.
John, and to all my relatives, friends, guests, leaders, excellencies, thank you for being here. I just like to greet everyone in the Diné language, in my Diné language. Yat she Denisa Livingston she kitachini na shantish dana ebashashin oze dana etachini dashate donanish ejetachini dashanella I see that na sha tedagon will yet diaquit di anishila. I'm here in my homelands of Dinetka in New Mexico. I am from the Red House People Clan, and I'm just really excited that we have this space, this counter event, the day that we've been all looking forward to and working towards for how many years, and we're here to this day. And it's my ancestors that sit here and your ancestors that sit here that we gather together, and we're coming to speak about reconciliation and reparation and restoration and collective protection, collective continuance of the work that we're going, moving towards. And so I really thank everybody. For the past year, I was serving as the appointed champion of the United Nations Food Systems Summit, and it's been quite a work. And I really just want to point out, as we try to intervene and intercede and hold dialogues and hold spaces to bring truth, to what we're all speaking about, what we have all been contributing this day in your territories, for your nations, for your villages. And the thing that really pulls us together is that collective work. And one of the things that we've been working on Turtle Island is the Native American Seeds Protection Act of 2019. I think we need to revive this movement. We need to get behind this and really strategize about how to move this forward and put it as a priority, because our seeds and traditional foods need to be protected for not just now, not for the solutions, that we're trying to emphasize and implement, but also for the future generations, protecting our heritage, addressing the history, protecting those indigenous seed varieties, and also our sacred food. It is something that's very important for us because it also is a way to exercise our inherent sovereignty. And so for us to come together, as we've been working for nearly 2 years towards this day, and although I didn't didn't attend the summit, and I've been here, attending this counter event as a champion, I should say, that I'm so eager and so glad that we have mobilized, our Indigenous youth, the women, the elders to engage and to contribute. It's so important that we bring, all of the proposed solutions, continue it. Whatever happens this day, whatever goes on, we're still going to continue the work. We still need to come together to be able to do that. And with this act, this bill in Turtle Island, it's really, putting forth, ancestral justice, that our ancestors and those that have gone before us have laid out the work for us, and that we need to push these things, these protections. And so as we think about, us as Indigenous people and transforming the world's dominant food systems, it's important for us to know how we have been negatively impacted by them, by sharing our narratives, knowing that we need to put lived experiences as expertise, as the forefront. And, as industrialized food systems are #1 cause of deforestation, that they're the main drivers of global climate change and biodiversity loss and erosion of topsoil and many more issues, right? As we face this, we also need to know that our people have been displaced. Our people, need to be empowered, and we need to learn how to empower ourselves to organize better. And as organizers, our climate change is to organize better so that our territories and our villages and our nations, will be free of the destruction, but improved in liveliness and livelihoods and protection of our identity, and to prevent the theft of our lands and natural resources and the gross violation of human rights. So for us, it's an issue of life and death. And so as I come to speak, just a few words to many of our relatives here, to continue to encourage us, that as Indigenous peoples, we're committed to sustaining our food systems, continuing to safeguard our territories and resources, ensuring that our knowledge systems continue to evolve and be transmitted to future generations. So let's respect the agency and the autonomy of Indigenous peoples and our nations and communities. Let's look at the polycentricity of why we need to integrate interculturality from all of us as diverse people, to be able to create the solutions and hold a space like this and many more platforms to come. I just like to thank everybody as we advocate towards the community role of an equitable and also empowering food system, that we need to know that, we need to reprogram our tongue for liberation. We need to reprogram our menus. We need to reprogram our palates. We need to reprogram our tongues for liberation, and know that gastronomy and taste education is so important in the work forward. So as I speak on behalf of many of our people and our relatives, I just really like to thank those that have been at the forefront with us as champions and getting our voice out there and our voices heard. And today, that as we had some of our relatives present at the summit, the Global Hub on Indigenous Food Systems, Indigenous people's food system, our elders that are involved in there from all around the world, the 7 sociocultural regions, the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, our relatives that serve there, the Global Indigenous Youth Caucus, Slow Food Turtle Island Association, Slow Food USA, One Fish Foundation, and NAMA, speaking to our allies, but also moving from allies to accomplices, to co-resistors. It's knowing, our roles for the transmission of the work forward, to be a resistor, to be that good ancestor. Just thank you, everyone, to address the nutritional trauma that we all face through the COVID pandemic. And speaking to that, Ian Bijol, which is the unhealthy food in our communities that we need to raise awareness about too. And that's the word in Dinek, because we didn't have those words in our language for unhealthy food because it wasn't a part of who we were, right? So just my last word is that as we build momentum to increase our relational intelligence, to increase social gastronomy, to increase the collective protection, to increase, our stewardship. In Diné we say, let's live a long life. Shana dane glingo as Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that, Denise. So much packed into such a short time. And yeah, so that it wraps up the Protecting the Sacred panel. And I want to pass it to Sal and the facilitators to transition us to the next and final portion of this afternoon. seems there's slight technical issues, so if Nettie or Sal are not around, then perhaps I can pass it to our next speaker, who will be Niaz Dori, to jump right into the next conversation around taking actions for food sovereignty.
Thanks, John. Thanks, everyone. It's good to be with you all. I just listened to Denisa, and as those who know me, our team and our staff know me, know that I speak with my eyes, I feel with my eyes. And Denisa, you brought me to tears. Thank you for those moving reflections. Hang on a minute, I gotta reorient myself. So my name is Niaz Dori. I am honored to serve two organizations, the National Family Farm Coalition and the North American Marine Alliance. And this work of bringing these two organizations together is really cementing even further the work of bringing people who work the land and work the sea together. Today's conversation is just one piece of the global movement to stop the corporate capture of our food system. And honestly, of our food system, the UN Food System Summit, and our lives and our bodies and our communities. This on a global scale, this counter-mobilization has brought us together of Indigenous people, farmers, fishers, food workers, and everybody, eaters, and all those along the food chain. And we've been able to show that in the face of that corporate power, we have power. We're demonstrating our power, and we are building a movement, and we're strengthening a movement that's already existed to have the right to good food. Not only are we seeing that our challenges to combat the corporate capture of our food system transcend our territories, our national borders, and our food systems. They certainly transcend land and sea, but we're also realizing that the counter-mobilization is also transcending. We're showing that our movements and our solutions also cross national borders and political boundaries that are drawn artificially around us. It's clear that we must carry on the struggle at multiple levels. And that can be daunting. I think we can all suddenly feel overwhelmed by how much needs to be done in order to really do this work justice. So in this moment, it's really important for all of us individually, as organizations, as allies, to get to know ourselves and to know what are we best suited to do, so that we can bring our best self into this work that is going to be a long marathon. And we need to have the energy and the movement and the resources to be able to walk along with each other and empower each other. We must know what we're able to do here. You may be one of those folks who's fighting for right to food on your local community, or you may be someone who is best suited to work at the global level on this groundbreaking UN Declaration on Peasants' Rights, or the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, or even the United Nations Guidelines for Sustainable Small-Scale Fisheries. Or you may be working at a hyper-local level, like the folks in Maine are doing, to pass a constitutional amendment to ensure that they have the right to food. You may be working to hold your public officials accountable and your governments accountable on promises that they make, so that they can actually carry through and fulfill those promises. Those of us in North America, those of us in the US in particular, have an outsized responsibility to not only do what needs to be done for our communities, but also for those communities whose lives we touch around the globe. And that can also be daunting. And that's where we have to really look to our allies around the globe, and even here in North America, where we can draw some strength from. We can look to our allies in Africa, who are fighting against the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. And we must hold the US government and Western philanthropies accountable and drive them to divest from agra. We can draw strength from the bravery of the land defenders of the Cerrado region of Brazil and elsewhere. Here I go again. Who are fighting corporations like TIAA, who are grabbing their land and polluting their water. We can draw strength from our Indigenous allies, like those we just heard from Denisa, and the work that they're doing to not only protect their life-giving water, but the rest of us from extractive fossil fuel companies. And we can draw strength from what we've witnessed during this pandemic, that our local food producing communities are resilient, and our local farmers, fishermen, food workers are there in the face, even in the midst of a global pandemic where their lives are being threatened every day by illness and by lack of resources, and yet they stepped up and they fed us. And we can really draw strength from that because they showed us that they have strength in the face of adversity. Here in the US, we have some very specific things that we can do. Denisa already talked about the work that we can do to support Indigenous seed sovereignty. And that is something, you don't have to be an Indigenous person to support what's happening in Congress around that issue. We can support the work that's happening in Maine. As I already mentioned, there's a diverse coalition working on a constitutional amendment for the right to food, and we can support that. We can support the work of the US Food Sovereignty Alliance that's working on various actions to hold the Biden administration accountable and to make them change their global policies around food and around trade and around various policy-making agendas that can affect our ability to have food sovereignty the way we envision it. We can ensure that the debt relief promise to food providers, especially those who are Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and others who have been marginalized and discriminated against for many years, is actually fulfilled. There's a lot we can do. And as I said, it can all be really daunting, but we each have agency. We each have the power to do our piece. That is how we bring our best to this food revolution that we're talking about, that we're envisioning. This is the food revolution. Our work doesn't stop today when this US Food System Summit has concluded. Our work starts today as we move forward to do what we need to do in the next phase of this revolution. And this revolution has some pretty big enemies on the other end. The corporate capture of our food system is no joke. And it transcends our food system. We're seeing it in our financial system, in our healthcare system, in our education system. And I think what we know is that food touches all of these areas. And this is our opportunity to not only empower this revolution, but also to make sure this revolution ripple affects all of those who have been captured by corporate interest. And it's my honor to be a part of this and to be in the middle of this and to be able to do what I can to play my little part so that I'm not daunted by the task ahead, so that we can all work together to forge our common path towards the future that truly reflects our vision for food sovereignty. I really am grateful for all of you who brought your energy and your voices and your cultures and your languages to today's counter-mobilization, and to all of those that we've witnessed before today, and all of those that I'm sure will be unfolding before us.
Thank you, Nayez, for that passionate call to all of us, and for the information you shared with us. I apologize, I was absent because of my poor internet connection. So I say the panel and the Indigenous panel. But I want to just say that they reminded us that we are all interconnected. We are relatives, not only as people, but relatives with our ecological life systems and embedded in them. And that this counter-mobilization is in fact our statement back to them that we are part of this life. So thank you for all of this. Heather, I think you want to also engage in thank you, but let me just say from my perspective that this has been a rich and very informative and inspiring set of panels. The kind of information we had here and the kind of engagement and the expressions of solidarity and the deep wisdom that was shared in these panels is not lost. We will use this and move forward with it in the face of what are very daunting challenges, but we have a lot of strength on our side. We want to thank the networks that participated, that actually made possible this kitchen counter-mobilization, the Via Campesina, the Civil Society and Indigenous Mechanism, the International Commission for Food Sovereignty, and the U.S. Food Sovereignty Alliances, and of course, who cannot understand each other. So thank you. I'll pass the final word to you.
I think you just thanked the interpreters. There was a little lack of connection there, but just to make sure, a huge thank you to the interpreters who make it possible for everyone to participate, to understand. Not everyone, we didn't do every language, of course, but thank you so much. I know a lot of people, including myself, were talking way too fast. So apologies, we all need to adapt in these events better and learn how to make it accessible. A huge heartwarming thank you to all of our panelists, everybody who participated. Thank you so much for being here with us, sharing your wisdom, sharing your tears, sharing your victories, your strengths, everything that the food sovereignty movement is doing to make a better world possible. Thank you so much to the People's Forum. It was very exciting to be able to come at you live from New York City. I'm sorry I wasn't there in person like planned, but thank you, Antonio and Jordan and others for holding it down there in New York. I also just want to thank again National Family Farm Coalition, especially for taking the initiative to organize this event, but also Slow Food, One Fish Foundation, and everybody at Community Alliance for Global Justice, who's behind the scenes supporting this event on a very big day for us. We just, during this event, launched our new film series called Rich Appetites, How Big Philanthropy is Shaping the Future of Food in Africa. And our new film is now available to watch on our new website. So I'm going to post that in the chat. So bravo to everybody for amazing multitasking. I know we all have so much going on, and we've gotten great coverage today on BBC, on Democracy Now!, and The Guardian. Despite the challenges of getting our message out there, I think everyone's doing an amazing job organizing and standing up to corporate power. The people power is stronger. So with that, I think we can wrap up. Thank you all so much. Can't wait till we all can be together in person again. Solidarity.
Globalize the struggle, globalize the hope.
Globalize the struggle, globalize the hope. Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Great job. We will send a recording to everyone who registered and all the links and all the great information in the chat.
Sống có Rong roi